You have the excellent Roman of the Empire. Say hi to the people.
Cheers, everyone. It's good to be with you this Saturday. The time has changed, and I'm against it.
Yes, so say we all. Over to you, Mr. AWK.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you don't mind if you hear a loud sound in the background. That's people enjoying a firework night.
Good. Stephen, how about you?
I'm doing great. Jim, I always love it when you're captain of the ship, man. It's always a great time with you. It's great. It's a lot of fun. This has been fantastic. I mean, I've been on board now for a few months, I think, and this has been a great ride being a part of PJ's channel. It's been a lot of fun, guys.
It's always good to have you here, and I do enjoy your insights, the inputs, because this is essentially what the show is about. We're talking geeky stuff. We don't.
I'm just happy to have another American on the
same
show.
thing.
You guys had me outnumbered before.
Yeah.
PJ's in the chat. He's telling us not to F it up.
Yeah.
Thank you, PJ.
I am
we'll do our best, buddy.
Wait, Colin, hide the plug.
Going. And last but not least, Colin, what you been up to?
Well, it's now there's three of us outnumbering the two Americans, so what the hell?
Hey, it's what we do.
Yeah, we still got them surrounded, Colin.
Yeah, the problem is, unfortunately, means they might win because we're only really good when we're outnumbered. Just ask the French. No, then again, we're good when we're outnumbered by the French, so that doesn't really count.
That's fair enough.
Bashing on the French. It's because they're not here. They don't have representation.
No, it's because we're always bashing on the French because we're English and it's our national sport.
And then they built a tunnel and we're stuck.
Why do you think I got along those 10 feet away from me?
Goodness.
Well, I can also see we have Grand Moff in the chat. Wen is sneaking in. Jacob Ironside is also in there. Do let me know if I'm missing anybody, but everybody, welcome to the chat.
Well, I'm just looking at PJ's comment at the moment. He's just put up.
That's true.
That
you
was
guys
great.
Almost outnumber. That was
you got properly rated on your Doctor Who stream there, didn't you?
It was completely unexpected, but Mrs. of the Empire's like, well, they love their Doctor Who over there. And I'm like, yes, honey. But I didn't know they'd stay up in the middle of the night to hop on. It was that was quite the show. And I would thank you guys for your participation on that. That was a great one. That one was so much fun. That was the biggest panel we've ever had.
That's because who brings it? Doctor Who brings it. Who brings it? Doctor Who brings it. Who brings it?
See, this is why you don't have Americans on the show. So, so this week, actually, this last couple of weeks, I missed you guys. I haven't been able to be here for a myriad of reasons. Not the least of which is that I become PJ's music slave. But my son and I have been watching the Hammer horror movies, and while I knew they existed, I had never seen them before. And so the Mummy, I think it's the Horror of Dracula and the Horror of Frankenstein are the ones that we've watched. Man, I love them so much. I actually, and don't beat me up because I am very old, but I like these better than the Universal films. I think they're more entertaining. I love the colors they use. I love the actors in them. Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, Basil Rathbone. I mean, these are just giants.
There is also, and I have showcased it on my pick of the week, which I will have to admit, I'm getting a little bit weaker than I should be, but I did manage to get that really nice Hammer horror collection box. And I still have to open them up from the cellophane and everything, put them into the player, and watch them on my home cinema screen.
Yeah, I was just surprised at how good they were. I kind of went into them thinking they were going to be kind of schlocky, and they're not. They're really high quality productions. They're fantastic.
Yep.
Diaphanous
That's the way
Night.
you do reimagining. That's the way you actually
Yeah.
do it. They took all the Universal properties and hammered them into history.
That was a bad joke.
Well, I thought it was a dad joke. I'm just not a dad.
The thing that Hammer had that Universal didn't have quite so much as was Beebs, Diaphanous Nighties, and Blood.
Yeah.
And there's nothing
Well,
wrong
yeah,
with
I mean,
any
and
of those
having
in the
color
right
productions, it was you really got
yeah,
that.
it's
I mean, it really changed. That was obviously a game changer.
Yeah, and also the relaxing of certain visual regulations in films in general. That's what
That's-
really
and
brought it out. They could make it terrifying.
They could. Also, I thought the dialogue was better. It was better, and I know people love the Universal productions. They're a lot of fun, but I thought the writing and the dialogue in the Hammer films was just better. I mean, there honestly there wasn't an aspect of them I didn't find superior to the grand Universal productions. And PJ probably prefers the others because they're older, and PJ likes older things, being older himself. He is a man of another era. But these movies were, I mean, they're vastly superior to the movies that we get today of the same types of films, of Frankenstein, which they haven't done a good production of that in, well, ever. The vampire films, the modern Wolfman they tried to make with Del Toro was, that was just a disaster for a myriad of reasons, but it was a disaster. And that was your modern Wolfman film. Yeah, whatever. So I'm now a big Hammer fan.
Well, no, but the thing is, that's good because Hammer didn't only do horror. Hammer did a lot of other things that had quite a long history before they moved into the horror series.
What else? What else did they do,
Well,
Colin?
I think Hammer did some historical ones, such as the Devil Ship Pirates, which wasn't really horror. That was historical, slightly horrorish, but it was much more historical. They also did, I think, Hammer actually did involved in the Quatermass ones, and I got a feeling they may also been involved in the. I could be wrong about this one, but I think
they did. Colin, they did do 2 Quatermass films.
Yeah, I think did they do the Fu? I thought they connected to Fu Manchu ones, or am I just thinking that because Christopher Lee was in them?
I don't know. I won't look at that one.
They had a lot of they did have a lot of stuff before they moved into horror movies, and they were on outside that as well. A lot of stuff, quite a lot of stuff.
I will have to check them out because I like I said, I've enjoyed their horror productions so much that I would like to see the other things that they produced. So definitely worth looking at.
I would suggest you have a look at Amicus as well, because Amicus was sort of, I think, they were sort of semi-rival to Hammer, but very similar in tone as well.
Yes.
PJ has to argue. He's arguing with me with the chat right now. I knew it.
But I think
it's not his fault. He says Hammer is still classic. Not as good as Universal Monsters, but still good. And PJ, it's okay for you to be wrong. You're not here to defend yourself. We have free reign here.
That's all right. I can ban PJ from the chat if you want me to, Ronan.
You're getting kicked off your own show, buddy.
PJ, maybe we can ban him. Maybe PJ, maybe. I'm sorry, I'm on a bad joke rant tonight. I
was the one that did the bad jokes off the cuff. I think if one is fair, they are different properties as well. The Hammer movies and the Universal movies are different things.
Yes, but they do tackle. I mean, they tackle a lot of the same base material. Dracula, Frankenstein.
Oh
Mummy.
yeah.
But it's the way that they're done is so very different. And
Yes.
I'm a big fan of that. I'm a huge fan.
Well, all I can say is Universal, it was filmed with a high quality budget. Hammer, they did it on a shoestring, but still produced good quality.
They did, and I bought that. I think I showed it to you guys a couple of weeks ago. That the Frankenstein collection, and I made it through 2.5 of them. There's like 6 of them on there, and I watched Frankenstein, the original Frankenstein, which comes off as more a tragedy for the monster, and I don't know if that was intended that way, but that's what happens. Bride of Frankenstein, which was just flat out goofy through most of the film. And now what I did enjoy about it was the old blind monk. And you can see where we were talking about Young Frankenstein in the chat here. You can see where Mel Brooks took from Frankenstein, from the Bride of Frankenstein, and took those elements, made them humorous, and that all worked together so well. And then Son of Frankenstein is the one that I am still about halfway through. That's got Bela Lugosi as Igor. And he's very strange in the role of Igor. He's got it looks like a blonde wig. Of course, it's black and white. His hair is light colored, though. He's got a beard. They hung him, so he's got this weird neck thing going on. And I don't know if I like it better than Bride of Frankenstein. I think I do, but it's a very bizarre production. So,
I'd say,
Welcome to Hammer.
no, this is Universal. These are the Universal films.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I would say I will give you 2 reasons why Hammer horror movies were the best, and they're not the ones you think of. 2 reasons are Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing.
Oh no, yeah, I agree. They're great. They are great in
definitely
those
Christopher Lee. Absolutely.
Yeah. Colin, here's a fun trivia. You remember the TV show On the Buses?
Unfortunately, yes.
Right. Hammer did produce 2 films of
Oh
them.
dear God, Hammer did those as well today.
Yes.
Oh dear God.
Well, actually, it was
What
3,
are we
actually.
talking? What films are we talking about?
Well, there's... let Colin explain.
It was a situation comedy back in the 60s, early 70s.
Yep.
Basically, it was about a bus crew. Bus as in get a bus, take it as in coach buses, right? And it was about this bus station, and they span it off into 2 or 3 movies as well.
Okay, that's
Movies.
weird.
Yeah, but there's some well.
Fascinating.
As
Oh,
weird
Get
as
You
the
Butler.
situa-
What does
Exactly.
this mean? What is this reference? Is this from those movies?
Yeah, Butler
Butler.
was the name of one of the characters.
Blakey.
Oh, okay.
Blakey was the inspector, and you had were they both conductors? Was one the driver and one the conductor?
One's a driver, one's a conductor.
One's a driver, one's a
and
conductor.
Blakey was the inspector.
Blakey was
And they had to get one over on Blakey every episode because he had it in for them.
This is one of those bizarre British things again, isn't it?
Yes, it
Yes.
is.
And I mean, that's fine. You guys have your stuff, and that's good. It's good. The deeper and weirder the British stuff, the more confused I get. But it's fine. It's fine.
We are culturing Roman and his empire at the same time.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. You're informing me, culturing me. That's a bold step. That's a bold step. I am drinking tea. I do this every time we get on, though. I do that in honor of my British hosts, and Jim. But I mean, the present company included, of course. What else has anybody seen anything new or interesting this week? Besides my going
earlier
back in time.
on, I did watch a film called "See How They Run," which is like based.
How is
It's a
that? I've
comedy.
seen it available. How is the movie?
Funny. It is absolutely funny. And all I can say is that I cannot say who the murderer was because it is generally like a proper, but it's more like
Nice.
a comedy whodunit.
That's cool.
Was it the farmer's wife?
No,
Did she not cut off the
That
tail with
sounds
a
like an
carving
old-
knife?
That sounds like an old joke, Colin. Was it the
It is.
farmer's wife? Um,
Three Blind Mice, see how they run.
Mhm.
Children's
Oh.
rhyme.
oh gosh, I get it. Sorry, I'm not as quick as I used to be. Did any of you watch The Devil's Hour with Peter Capaldi?
No, I haven't got a chance.
I'm
Yet.
the only dummy who watched that. I don't recommend it. And the sad part is, it was good until like the last 10 minutes of the series. It's a 6 episode run, and I won't spoil it for you. But you get a lot of buildup, and then it just goes, and it's over, and you're like, what happened there? I had to watch the ending twice because I thought I missed something, and I didn't. It was just that kind of abrupt and awkward of an ending. So, unfortunately, I mean, Capaldi is good in it, but the writing was good right up until the end, and then it just completely dropped off, and it was kind of a drag. So, I don't know if anybody in the chat watched it. Kelly Lynch, you've seen episode 1. Well, episode 1 is good. Most of episode 6 is good, right up until the last 10 minutes, and then you were left with your jaw on the floor doing this. Huh? So, it's unfortunate.
Well, I have been rewatching the John Pertwee era of Doctor Who again, but only selected episodes.
Awesome. So I guess all of it's going to be available on Disney Plus, and I know it is what it is. I think starting next year they've got the distribution rights, so all the Who will be available over there. It is kind of nice to have it all in one spot because I don't have that right now. I've got BritBox, which expires in December, and I can watch, I think, a lot of Who on there, but not all of Who.
I wonder if they're gonna like animate some of the classics that are missing, because
I
I'd
know
like to see the Daleks' Master Plan animated.
Because I saw the one with the second Doctor.
Yeah,
Power of the Daleks. That one was good. I thought they did one from the Tom Baker era as well.
what with Daleks or
No. Well, I don't know. I think it was called Shada. I think
Charlotte? Yeah,
Shard
yeah.
I've done about 3 different times because it was never finished.
That's
Oh,
true. Because
okay.
there was a what do you call it? A technician strike, was it, Colin? Back in the
I don't know,
70s?
something like that. I think, but I know they've got, because it was there's half it's in the can,
Yeah,
and I think they did it in. They brought part of it in into a larger episode. Because I remember there's a bit where they freeze Tom Baker.
yeah,
Because he's punting down he's punting down the River Cam.
yes, yeah,
Romana 2,
yep.
and they freeze it for that one. But they did it. It's been done. I think Big Finish have got. I think Big Finish have got 2 versions of it. So
Yeah, they did one with Paul McGann, and
Yes, they did an 8th Doctor one, and they did a 4th Doctor one as well, I think.
yeah.
So Grand Moff Miranda is watching House of the Dragon. Did anybody else
That's me.
here watch that?
No, I'm just hearing the noise in the background. Is that me or is it?
No,
Yeah,
that's me.
I'm getting a lot of noise in my background as well, so I'm just going to be
That's
quiet
probably
for the
me
next
if it
few minutes.
bangs.
Well, Colin, open the door and say, "Shut up," or
I
be
can't.
quiet or something.
I can't. They're probably coming from over near Jim.
British things. Again, the British things.
We're very close together.
It's not like what is it in Blackadder where he's trying to get some sleep and he just walks out into the train and goes, "Be quiet," and all the guns stop. And then what happens? The Air Force turns up and he goes, "The bloody Germans! They can't take a joke, can they?"
They don't have much of a sense of humor.
Yeah.
As I noted in my companion video, which I'm still hurt that you didn't like my accent. I thought it was quality.
I thought it was quality
No.
too, given that I know that you can't speak with any other kinds of real accent. That was well done for an American bloke.
Can I just say
Well,
something?
I'll give this the humorous videos you've been dropping over the last couple of weeks or months even. They're just brilliant. I just wish I had those kind of ideas myself because they're so simple
thanks.
but so genius.
They're fun.
Well-
I try to keep them to a minute. My son, I feel bad. So
Yeah,
my son is the
I
interviewer,
was going to
obviously,
actually
in the
touch
video.
on that because they're definitely dad jokes through and through.
Yeah, I just want to bring something up.
We've got a
Roman,
little
when I
toilet.
send you, funny, when I send you a Christmas card over, I am going to send you a little gift.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a book
Look.
of Cockney rhyming slang, so you can learn it.
I think the only one I worked in was Blimey, and I actually had to ask Mrs. of the Empire. I'm like, do they still use that, or is that like an old time?
Yeah, we say all called blimey, governor. It's great.
Very under.
Watch. Oh, see, PJ's in the chat. He's still hammering away on us
Oh,
out
he's
there.
got his feet up, having a laugh at us all.
He's got a computer. I think he's got an entire computer room taken apart at the moment. I think he's rebuilding his house or something.
Mild
Oh,
swearing
yeah,
is
that's-
something called off the shelf.
Awesome. Neverwhere was good. Did you guys ever see that?
No,
both
never
the
did.
book
Don't
and I thought the
find the
production
pun.
was very well done.
No, I didn't. I've heard of it, but I
Ah.
didn't catch it. I would be careful not to repeat the pun. That was you can't really avoid. I caught something odd, which is completely, utterly ungeeky, completely and utterly un-SFy. But there's BBC. I dropped a series called Rogue Heroes. It's based on a book by Damien Lewis about the founding of the SAS.
Oh, that
Oh,
sounds
wow.
great.
It's
Yeah, you piqued my interest.
There are some bits in it that are different from what I've read of how the SAS came about, but generally it's quite well done. North African Desert, 1941, etc., etc. I think I'm about halfway through it. 6 episodes, I think, so far. I'm about halfway through it, but it's actually quite. It's not bad. There's some bits in it. I think don't remember ever reading or hearing about that, and I've heard quite a bit about the war and the SAS histories.
I enjoy a lot. I mean, all of that type of thing. SAS, the founding of like the American Spec Ops forces. It's all very interesting because it's seldom the way you thought it was,
Right.
and it's usually a lot more thrown together in the beginning, just ragtag. How it happens, and then it's developed into this amazing elite organization. But it all starts off as kind of quilt work of, hey, we need this, and
Right.
yeah.
But
Bring it all
it's
together as best you
still
can.
to this day being fairly accurately portrayed, and believe you not, it is Hollywood. I even think you saw it the last time in Wonder Woman, that the sappers, which is essentially the original SAS for the British military.
Oh,
It's
We got a bot. We got a bot.
hide,
Oh my
hide,
God.
hide.
Oh, come on.
Get rid of them. Get rid of them. There we go. Removed them.
Wow. Yeah. And by the
Oh,
way,
that took longer than I
14
thought it-
people in our chat. 14. That's nice, man. That's a
think
good number.
It's because PJ isn't here this week.
Oh, is that what's
But
going on?
hold on, wait a second. So PJ's not in it. We get more. So when PJ's here, he has to wait till someone distracts him so he can go and put the bots in. If he's not online.
Well, have you guys really seen one of these bots at the same time as PJ being on camera?
Now that's a mystery.
excellent
word
Suspicious,
question.
PJ. It's suspicious.
Hey, I used to watch a movie called Wild Geese. Anybody remember that
Oh
one?
yeah,
Yeah,
with,
You mean the
Michael
Wild
Caine.
Geese?
Yes.
Yes, that was a fantastic film.
I loved that movie as a kid because it's like quite literally like James Bond is in it, right? And like all of these other classic British actors and American
Yeah.
actors.
Yeah,
And
he
they
did it
go
between-
hog wild, man. It's like a
Hmm.
total friggin' it's a crazy military action movie because they send them in almost to their doom, but they still wind up succeeding. Richard Harris is in there. God, I used to watch that thing religiously. I think my brothers and I burnt the VHS tape out. We just watched it over and over and over again. The military action, the training, the combat sequences, so good, just so good. And again, a great conversation too, because they're talking about a South African leader. They're talking about
Yeah,
apartheid.
that is really well done. That they
I
handled
loved
that,
that
and
movie.
the South African character is handled very well.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, and so they're generous on the whole topic. The whole thing is discussed openly. Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. But I just recently watched the original. I think it's Ernest. I forget her name now, but I watched the original Joan of Arc, the classic version, the classic Hollywood version of that. I had never seen it before. I wanted to see how they depicted what Ingrid Bergman, I think, plays Joan or Jean. But yeah, Colin, correct me if I'm wrong. There were certain aspects of it that I was disappointed were not in the contemporary take. When she basically goes to the to the French military, and she's like, "You guys have to stop gambling. You guys all have to perform confession. No more women in the ranks. We can't have all of these." Basically, she was calling them like groupies that were hanging out with the military, I guess, in those times. But yeah, it's one of those old classic Hollywood epics that's trying to be more epic than it even can be at that point.
What year was that produced, Stephen?
I don't know. You know what? Let me just quickly look.
No, I'm just asking. It's clear. It's not. I've never seen the original production myself.
I think I did St. Joan at school, the Bernard Shaw play. I think I did, but a long time ago. But oddly, you should say that, Stephen, because I was on with the ambassador on Thursday. We were doing, I was in chat, an episode of Babylon 5 spin-off Crusade, and one of the characters in that is thinks he's talking to Joan of Arc, and my comments in the ambassador's chat were along the lines of that bloody French peasant girl.
Yeah.
Well,
it's 1948.
This is where we're going to enter into the pedantic mode, if you would like. I mean, I know all of us comes from different places on the planet. We learn to speak a certain language in a different way, but it's not Ingrid Bergman. It's Ingrid Bergman.
Thank you. Yes, always good to get the native pronunciation.
The G's for English people should essentially be read as just a J.
So it should be
we're Americans. We pronounce everything wrong, and we're okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely you are. But Ingrid Bergman should be flowing off the tongue rather than being like blocky and squared.
That's us, blocky and squared. Speaking of which, Jim, I wanted to, what did you have for dinner? What was this feast that you shoveled in before the show? I'm always curious to see what you're eating.
I made a proper Sunday roast, even though it's a Saturday.
Excellent.
So sweet baby potatoes, carrots, peas, celeries, a little bit of like trying to be healthy, and then a huge chunk of roasted pork with a lot of sugary sauce on top of it.
That sounds delightful.
I thought so too.
I'm a man who enjoys the culinary arts.
Except for the fact I was literally just serving it up on a plate and just tilting it and going like.
How Jim the Viking eats when he's in a hurry.
Woof, 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 woof. I think that's the way that goes.
But you see, now I do have leftovers for 3 meals at the minimum. So I'm very happy with it.
Right, I'll be around
Nice.
tomorrow.
Um,
Oh, damn, we'll practice tomorrow.
I'll do share a real trick with you. I'm not sure how it serves in the US, but here in UK you can get these small. Uh, they're not technically jam; they conserve. So it's like blackcurrant conserve pots, and they're about 180 grams or something. And then you take a big cup of just single cream and this pot of conserve goes in at the same time. You keep it on low temperature, and as long as you cook your pork in the oven to make it roast, you just stir slowly, very very slowly, very low temp. You don't make the cream bubble, but just at that level. It takes forever. It takes a lot of patience, but you will have the best sauce ever for anything pork.
Nice.
Oh,
That sounds
nice.
great.
Yeah. I've always
And
thought
that-
that pork should be served with a sweet sauce. It asks for it. I mean, you know,
Well, it's like when you're
Yeah.
smoking pork. I like to use like an apple or a pecan wood because I think it
exactly.
flavors the pork better. So when you guys make your way to the States and finally get over to the occupied territory of California, I'll smoke for you, and then I'll feed you all.
And
When
I
you
was
come
going
back.
to.
I'm definitely accepting that invitation because the best and closest thing I can come to, because I live in a block of flats and only have a balcony, I do have a smoke gun, but I do have literally 60 variations of different woods,
Nice.
wood cuts or wood chips or whatever it's called, to put into the smoke gun, and it makes it delicious.
It does. Smoking is one of the great arts. I think if they'd smoked in Star Wars, the Empire would have just been mellow. They would have been well fed and happy, and everyone would have lived in harmony.
And
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, if you want the cookbook from Jim the Viking, it'll be available this Christmas in your well-known
Nice.
Although I guess technically,
Self-published
Owen
on
and
Kindle.
Baru got smoked. Ooh, little Star Wars joke there. No one got it. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. They can't all land. They can't all land.
Well, you know, we
bet
can
you-
blame all of that on Obi-Wan Kenobi. He basically excommunicated that one guy selling death sticks. That would have been fine, you know, if everybody was
It all
smoking some
started
death
there.
sticks.
Oh goodness, no death sticks
Go-
for me. Thank you.
Go rethink your life.
Although I had a similar incident. So I went to a friend's retirement last Saturday. Yes, last Saturday. So I was PJ's music slave, and then I went to a friend's retirement. He just retired at 30 or so years in the Navy as well. He didn't do a formal ceremony. He just wanted to have a big friends and family thing. And Sober Roman had a really good plan going into this. But as the evening wore on, less sober Roman took the helm. And I ended up in another part of town with another friend who made the suggestion of, hey, why don't we go somewhere else after? And I was like, all right, I'll go. And so now I'm in a bar in the middle of the night. I have no idea where I am. My buddy like books. He's just gone. I turn around and he's gone. And it reminds me of the death stick moment, though. It's just like, where am I? Oh Lord. And it wasn't like a great part of town. But I made it home and I still had all my stuff. And I was really happy about it. I'm like, okay, I got my wallet. Everything's in the wallet. I wore my Birkenstocks because I'm a hippie freak now. So it's not like I'm wearing shoes. I'm wearing sandals like Jesus, and I still had them on my feet. I was just so proud of myself. I wonder if
how far the mighty has fallen from being a military
I know, right?
soldier and then Birkenstock. It's like that is not on the menu for anyone else through the military service in any
What can I
military
say?
on this planet.
Yes, I'm. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle choice. Obi-Wan made different lifestyle choices after he was done. You know, he was cutting
it's
meat,
true.
living with that weird Jawa. He was happy. That was a terrible show. Actually, I didn't want to talk about Obi-Wan. Now I made
Yeah,
myself
let's
angry
not.
talking
Let's not
about
go there,
Obi-Wan.
man. Like,
Effing
all of a sudden we'll be
Obi-Wan.
at a friggin' we'll be cutting up fish on
You know-
Tatooine. Let's
But-
not.
but-
Let's just not do it.
Yeah, it's just really
I'm
something
gonna
different.
give all of these crappy shows that are trying to like, oh, what happened after and everything. It's like, okay, take Luke Skywalker, 18, 20 years old, with Aunt Beru and all that in like a moisture farm and etc. And it's like, no, I want to go to space and join the rebellion, yada yada yada. And it almost immediately they get super successful. They complete what they need to do. There is nothing left for them to do. What would you do for the next 20 years before you return because there's something or someone that needs you? Well, I know that if I won the lottery today, I'd fuck off to an island and just sit there, read a book or something, not have a clue what's going on. I would definitely disconnect from Twitter.
Don't blame
I
me.
would absolutely disconnect from Twitter and just enjoy my life. But 20 years later, getting a call back, hey, we need you guys again. It's like, what the crap is going on?
You know, I always worry about that. I know it sounds kind of silly, but when Gulf War One started back in the day, they brought the battleships back, and they didn't have crews that knew how to man the guns properly. So they had to bring a lot of the old timers back to show the youngsters how to do that. Bots. And it's like I'm such a dinosaur. I mean, I'm sure these guys were very excited to do it. And they had a very particular skill set, very unique skill set that just didn't exist anymore. It's like, man, I would not want to do that though. I've only been retired for 3 years, and I wouldn't want to go back. Well, particularly in the modern environment. But I'm just saying, I like to relax now. I don't get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I think that's kind of what Luke did, though. I mean, after Ben Solo, killed all the other Jedi students, Luke just said F it and just went off to his planet, and he was just chilling, drinking the blue milk from the teat of the weird animal, and he was just chilling.
Good grief, Roman. Don't go there. Why are we going there?
And speaking of Star
Blue
Wars,
milk.
So I take it we're talking. I take it we're talking the Disney Star Wars, so nothing to do with the real thing then.
nothing to do with
Yeah.
real Star Wars.
Although
Andor,
this Star Wars is not Star Wars.
Andor has been good. The first half of the series was slow, but well written, but slow.
It's been very interesting now.
The second half has been great.
A lot of people
I
have been
really
saying
enjoyed
that.
the second half, and I freaking hate Star Wars now, but I'm enjoying the show. So
But
goes to show you.
does it never occur to anyone that the whole thing that started Star Wars off was Luke had a boner for a 16-year-old who looked about 19 at the time because she was his twin sister. The whole thing that started off, Luke had a boner for Leia. Quite
No,
This guy's
understandably.
you got it
awkward,
all
so
wrong,
fast.
Colin. You got to roll the clock back a little bit further. It's because astrodroids are the goat of the Star Wars universe. That's why Star Wars exists. If R2D2 wasn't on top of it, Amidala's ship never would have escaped orbit.
And
he fixed
we
the
all
shield
wish that
generator.
actually just happened.
You're talking prequels, which only
Well,
half
and
count.
then if you just want to talk Star Wars, Star Wars 1, then R2D2 brought the Death Star plans. If R2D2 wasn't on top of it,
Yeah, but the main protagonist is Luke, and why did Luke go off adventuring? Because a pretty girl said she wanted his help, and he was 16 years old at the time.
But she was talking for someone else.
Yeah, but she wanted help. And she's
You're
bent
my
over
only
in
hope.
that direction. No, we won't go any further, won't we? He was 16 years old, and a pretty girl said she wanted his help. End the story.
yeah, well, don't forget that R2D2 showed Luke that information because
Yeah.
R2 knew better. He knew
Yeah,
that he
but
could
that
get
was
that
by
Stop ruining my
16-year-old going.
sexual. Stop ruining my point. It's a sex
Well,
story.
in this point, I think R2 is actually just a thirst trap because he is coming to this very isolated part of a very isolated planet. All they do is harvest moist out of a desert planet.
Mhm.
Not actually a very complicated thing to do because deserts get really cold and really humid during nighttime.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So kind of easy to do that, but still it would be a lonely kind of oil rig in the middle of the North Sea or Atlantic or
I'm not quite
whatever
certain
ocean
why
you
you would
want.
need why you would need to mine moisture.
Well,
I'm surprised there's air on the desert.
there
I'm
is
really
also that
uncomfortable with that
issue,
word.
but it's the fact that this tiny little trash can just rolls into your life and does a VR image of a cute looking woman,
Yeah.
just happened to be at the same age range as a young, horny teenage boy.
Mhm.
R2 used her
Where
as
are we
But
going from here?
Oh yeah, no,
I'm just saying.
I mean, that's not canonically speaking. That's not surprising. They're the same age, but I know what you're saying. Yes, but I mean that's the point I was trying to make. Is exactly what do you expect to get? You know, what's the actual starting point for the whole thing? I mean, if the droid had turned up and there hadn't been any Leia involved, do we think Luke would have been that interested?
No,
Never
just
mind trying to
hanging
find
out with
his
the
mate
weird
Ben.
old guy in the robe. No, why would
Yeah,
he do
well,
that?
there was a deleted scene that was never used where Luke was with his friends Biggs and we were looking up
Yeah,
at the
I've seen
sky.
that scene.
Yeah.
I'm glad they took it out. Frankly, it didn't really mesh well with the rest
No.
of the film, and you didn't. I mean, and you just didn't need it. You didn't need that other. I mean, yes, it would. You got a little more background, but I'm a person who believes you don't always need more background, and I think that's
Yeah,
actually a
and there
failure
was a
in most of
girl in
modern
that
films.
sequence. Wasn't there?
Yes,
Wasn't there a
there was.
young
Yeah.
lady in that sequence as well? So it would have blown the whole Luke Skywalker thing. You know, R2 never would
She
have had
blew
any
Luke?
traction. Yeah, he blew Luke. He tossed him off.
I'm sorry. I apologize to the audience. That was
Ladies and gentlemen, refunds are available.
You missed the second one part there, which was the tossed.
and this is
Well,
why
we
you
were
don't
talking
have
about
the
hammer
Americans on the
films, and
show.
you toss your hammer, and it tosses. You know,
Don't talk about the 70s Hammer horror films where it got a bit too bluish, I think.
whenever I think hammers, I think Thor. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. So.
Oh, I think the Pelosi's.
That would be hammered.
That's one thing I'm happy that that thing is stuck with you.
Yeah, that's on our side of the pond. It can't cross
it
bodies of water on its own.
I want to bring something up.
no.
Colin, do you remember that clip I showed you of Godzilla ages ago and they were bringing up that Nancy Pelosi visiting Taiwan? And I showed you the clip of Godzilla saying, oh, here's Nancy Pelosi visiting Taiwan. And it's Godzilla walking among the buildings.
I'll take Godzilla over that thing any day of the week.
Yeah.
Frankly. Have I seen, Kelly Lynch is asking, have I seen the Babylon Bee series about Californians moving to Texas? I think I have, because the Texans were all so polite and it just terrified the Californians. And it was funny because Californians, I'm not indigenous California, neither is Stephen, clearly.
There's no more California dreaming, is it?
No. In fact, so I went and I voted today. I filled out my ballot and I took it in, and I made the joke in our chat.
I thought you weren't voting for another week.
No, so we that's the way it should be, Colin. That's the way it should be. But here in California, you can vote for like four years and just straight up days. So for everyone who votes like me in California, who's actually trying to, bring us back, there's two other assholes getting free shit who are going to just who want California to continue to be the asshole of the union, because it is.
There's a reason Gavin Newsom didn't get recalled.
He didn't,
Yeah,
and he should have been. And one of the other, and I'll get off my political soapbox very, very quickly. One of the problems is the Republican Party ran kind of a non-candidate this time. There was no advertising. No one knows what his name is. But I mean, there's only like one other guy on the ballot. So vote for the other guy, California. Don't vote Newsom. You have one other option. Just vote for him. You don't even need to know what his name is. You don't even need to know. The zombie frog is a better candidate, and he'll cause less damage. I'll get off my soapbox now. Okay, I'm done.
That's right.
And
Don't
that's-
slip on that soapbox, Roman.
And that was a speech by a Roman of the Empire on behalf of the Republican Party.
That was a political broadcast.
Yeah,
It's more than you got from the
Announcement is a
gubernatorial
non-profit
candidate.
announcement.
I'll tell you what, actually, watching it from this side upon and just seeing some of the things is quite entertaining.
See, it's entertaining, but only in the most horrific sense.
Yes.
As you're watching the train go over the bridge, and you know the bridge is collapsed in the middle, and everyone's going to go off, and that's we're on.
That's
the
right.
train.
Just imagine Gomez Adams with his train set. That's what we're talking about.
Yes, that is an excellent analogy, Stephen.
Just a gleeful smile on his mustached face.
Yes.
Well,
Oh,
yes,
I can't wait till
yes,
this train
Gavin-
goes over the bridge.
I mean, you can look at either our current leader of the nation or our own governor. They are Gomez Adams. We are on the train, and what happens to the train is what happens to all of us. So
Well,
it's right.
all I can say, guys, is you tried it twice before. Third time around, just vote yes for your version of Brexit.
Well, I don't.
You won one, you drew one.
Yeah. I wish. See, here I'm going to go back a little bit. So, and Colin, this is all your fault.
Sorry, Roman.
If you guys had just treated us a little bit better, we wouldn't have this problem right now.
Look, if you guys had A, learned how to make tea properly, and B, admitted, sorry, we just saved you from the French in the bloody 7 Years' War and you didn't want to pay a little bit extra. God,
Well,
Says
you know,
the people
comparatively-
that borrowed so much money during the beginning of World War II that we had to come over there and help you guys
Oh,
out.
yeah.
That was actually the reason why we came over and helped you guys out.
I'll-
We were
I'll
like,
tell-
we just showed up with a military action to collect on the debt.
I think you're saying that actually. There's an old Not the 9 O'Clock News sketch, and Not the 9 O'Clock News was what, the 80s, which is
Late 70s, 80s.
yeah, which is horribly relevant these days. And I've been thinking, I've been trying to find a clip of it, which is we've analysed the American foreign policy. They're trying to make up for being late for the last two world wars by being right on time for the next one.
No.
And that was a sketch from the 1980s.
Well, it's actually very apt now, unfortunately.
Exactly.
I would like to not show up to the next one because I'd like there not to be a next one. But that's just
Yeah,
me.
but,
That's just me.
Yes, I would. Yes, so would the rest of us.
Yeah, I'm definitely
Don't
with
say
you on.
barbecue,
I
Anthony.
would love it to not be the next one, but if
We're
we're
not
going to
built
go
for it
with the
anymore.
significant bookmarks of history, the United States
Oh,
being
bots. More of them.
Ah, bots.
PJ, stop it.
Yeah, PJ, enough. We get it. We know you're there, buddy.
we
Hold on,
get
hold
it, PJ. You have a side business. You want to
It's
get
all-
it rolling.
No, it's all PJ's fault. He mentioned we Jimmy Cranky. Look, he
That'd
mentioned
be
we Jimmy
PJ
Cranky.
maybe at OnlyFans, in case you're interested.
Yes, do go and sign up for PJ Maybe's OnlyFans today. You'll get a 99.99% discount.
It's first of all,
Only
it's
for
fun.
99p.
But so we're talking about the state of the war. I don't know what to get that number. We're talking about the state of the world right now, and actually in context of the kind of the slide that it's not just us that everything is taking.
Mm.
But who else is watching Andor? Was it you, Alex?
Yeah, I've been watching it.
A lot of the themes they talk about in that show, and it's the overreach of the Empire. They're talking about all of it contextually. It actually works with what's going on in the world right now, and I don't think they probably intended that, but it's really there. The overreach, the big government overreach, the empire. That's what Mon Mothma was railing against in the Senate. But of course, no one wants to hear her because they're all worried about safety and security. Well,
they're all blind by Palpatine.
Yeah.
What does Palpatine truly want? That's the question.
Nobody
He wants
knows.
chaos so people will beg for the empire. That's exactly what's going on in the world today. It's the same thing.
Yeah. The more chaos, the more people want. Please, come save us.
Are they quoting Hydra? I mean, God, why does this all sound like Hydra talk?
It is a common thing for us geeks that's gone through comic books, TV shows, sci-fi, entertainment, everything. What we see around us today, they're literally following the bad guy script of everything that we've read since the 1980s.
Yeah. And every science fiction there before as well.
Kidding us.
God, how many Mission Impossible, James Bond, Outer Limits, and Twilight Zone plots are we going to see in the news as a reality at this point? Right? I mean, every single doomsday plot that's ever been written is actually going on in the world right now. It's nuts.
Was it? Someone kept saying, "Would you please?" There's a T-shirt I think I saw someone going to get. Is, would you please stop making our dystopian fictions a reality?
They should sue them.
Exactly. Orwell, Heinlein, all those guys are like, whoa. It was a warning, not a playbook, folks.
What is the? I mean, I'm not a massive great Star Wars fan outside of the movies. I know very little of this. What is the Sith version of a Padawan, of an apprentice?
An apprentice.
Is it still an apprentice? Oh no.
Yeah, still an apprentice.
Because you got so you guys have got Darth Sniffy in charge, and you've got Padawan. What's it?
Kamala. Padawan Kamala.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, Kamala. Yeah, it means. Does that mean hated or something in
whatever tongue? Yes, I imagine it does. Not there's always two.
Yeah,
a master.
Kamala, not koala. Kamala. Koalas are slow, and she's just mentally handicapped. She's mentally handicapped, not slow.
unless it's working behind the scenes, in which case it's Darth Pelosi, who's definitely dead.
Oh God, yes, the shadow,
Pelosi.
the one you don't see.
Did you see someone put up? I can't remember, a meme or something. That was a photograph of Nevada and Minnesota. And they said, and it's just the balls. It said someone pointed out that it looks like Minnesota is Biden sniffing.
Oh no, I know the picture you're talking about. It's just the way the states are shaped.
Yeah,
it's a little creepy.
I can't remember if that's what the states were, but that's what it was. It was literally, as soon as someone points it out, you can't unsee that now, can you?
No, I wish I could, because I wish I didn't know any of these people existed, and I was off on the planet that Luke is hanging out with the green the blue milk teated creature. Because sad as his life was, I would say arguably he was probably going to be doing better than most of us are soon.
Yeah.
Question is, where do they dig most of these people up from? That's the question.
I think literally digging them up, actually, most days.
Those are the voters you're talking about, Alex.
Yeah, dig them up, indeed. Kamala's a lapdog. Kamala's been a lapdog since the beginning of her career.
For a very long time. Yep.
And
the other politicians have been in place forever. They never left. They got in the early 60s and they stayed there. And this is one of the problems with American politics. And I now you got me on a boxing and see what you've done. Term limits. This was a short-sighted part of our forefathers. They didn't think people would stick around. They thought they would come, do their job, and go the fuck home. They haven't done that. They just stay there, and they never leave, because power. Again,
Yeah.
the forefathers didn't say that. So if you guys had just treated us a little bit better, we wouldn't have these problems. I wouldn't know who these people are because they wouldn't exist. Colin, it's your fault.
Well, the way you're saying it, just like the House of Lords over here.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh no, Kelly Lynch.
Yeah, I doubt any one of us in UK could name a single individual that is appointed to the House of Lords.
I know.
Who's running
Alan
the show over there
Sugar?
right now? I thought we had decided
The
PJ
Green
was
Grocer.
going to be the PM, but because your dude left and they were going to bring back the guy with the hair, Boris, right? And then they didn't.
The guy that sort of looks like a mirror image of Donald Trump.
Yeah, like the
Right,
weird
if I get
bizarre,
done-
like the bizarro version of Donald Trump.
Right.
Yeah.
If I get done for this, I'm calling him Prime Minister Big Ears at the moment because I can't be asked to get.
Oh God, it's that one dude, the dude who's a
Yeah.
big fan of digital currency. Oh,
Yeah,
I've seen that guy. I hate that guy.
It's the
He should be nowhere near power.
it's the guy.
Rishi Sunak should be nowhere near power.
Yeah,
he
he
makes
bumbled
nothing
his
to
way
answer
into the
all
prime
checker.
minister job. That's
Yeah.
insane.
Despite the
That's
fact he
insane.
lost every single vote for us, he wasn't voted in. And apparently, I saw something that apparently they reckon that Boris had actually had enough votes, but it was ignored anyway. The party, the Conservative Party, decided that they didn't like what Liz Truss was doing because she was actually doing some good things, relatively good things. Some of them, not all of them. So the MPs decided they didn't like it because they're all infected, but unfortunately, they had a problem. The Conservative members quite liked the way things were going, so they decided not to give the Conservative Party members a vote, which is why a lot of Conservative Party members have now quit. And it's distinctly possible that a lot of Conservative MPs, when they lose the next election because they're so useless, will move to, I think it's Reclaim, because we've got several real, actual semi-rightish parties in this country. They're all very small.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's for a long time we've had no more real choice than you guys.
All I can say,
That's unfortunate.
Roman,
That is
everyone's
unfortunate.
stabbing yourself. Everyone's stabbing everyone else in the back more times than Norman Bates over here. That's all I can say.
Wow.
I mean,
This is bizarro world, man. Everything is just so out of whack. It has been for a long time.
Colin, have you sorted out that time machine yet so we can go back when the Hadron Collider was about to be switched on?
Unfortunately not, no.
Damn it.
I keep trying, but Russell T Davies won't let me. The thing is, we've got it's an odd. You've got a system that we don't. You don't understand our system, and we don't understand your system.
That's we don't understand our system either. Clearly,
your founding fathers had a very clever idea. They tried to set up a system where your government could not be too powerful because you've got but for starters, apparently the one thing they didn't want was parties. I've actually done. God, this is turning into history thing, isn't it? Really geeky. I've actually done some very good American university level course on history and the American Revolution and bits and pieces here and there. 'Cause I'm interested in it. And their basic idea was they didn't want. They didn't really want parties. They tried to set up a system whereby because they no longer had a monarch, because you've got an elected head of state, where your system was you had a head of state, you had two houses of parliament effectively, which same as we've got, pretty much modelled quite largely on ours. And you've also got because you also bring in your court system with the High Court, I think, if I'm right. So you've got three branches of government, and you vote for two of them. In our country, we don't vote for the Prime Minister. We have a parliament, and in a parliamentary system, you vote for the party. The party with the highest number of seats wins. the only one that actually counts vote-wise, because we only vote for the House of Parliament. We don't vote for the House of Lords for the Senate. So we've got that. So basically, the person that, where is it in your case, if I remember right from watching The West Wing, whoever wins... No, I'll tell you, it was fascinating. Really,
It's okay.
I mean, but the whoever wins, as I understand the way it works, whoever wins the nomination for president automatically becomes the leader of their party. So
yeah, we don't really. It's not.
and you
Not really
you
looking at it
then
from that
vote on.
perspective, because it's more to do with the House and the Senate.
Oh, okay.
As far as like the Mitch McConnell, who's a turtle, and he's the leader of the Republicans in the Senate, and then his opposite is from New York, Stephen.
Not Pelosi. Was Pelosi?
Looks like a
Pelosi.
vampire.
Stephen Colbert.
No, not Stephen
Wait,
Colbert.
you talking about
No,
Josh?
Schumer.
Okay, Chuck Schumer.
Because they have the majority in the Senate, Schumer is the majority leader.
Yeah.
And in the House, it's Pelosi. And we have some weak ass guy, Kevin McCarthy, is the Republican who would be. So no one cares about this because none of them do anything except for bad things. They either do bad things or they do nothing. That's the American political system now. The forefathers, again, God love them. They had a good plan. They tried, and that's you used that word several times.
I mean, that's the
they
thing.
failed though because they didn't have it was hard for them. They couldn't have seen the corruption of power.
No,
term limits would have eliminated an awful lot of this, and they just didn't think about that. Because again, they would have assumed people would have left.
Is not the president the head of his party or her party? He's not Biden the head of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but you don't really think of it in that.
Oh, well, okay. No, I mean that's literally some. I mean, again, obviously the West.
So it is a yes. The answer to your question is yes.
Whereas in our case, it's the other way round, if you like, in that we vote for the parties. The party has a head of that part, has whoever is the head of that party, in effect, and that party. If that party wins the maximum number of seats, they are asked to form a government, either on their own or in coalition if they need to be. And whoever is the head of that party becomes the prime minister rather than being voted in, which is why it annoys me when people say, who voted for Rishi Sunak? Well, we don't vote for prime ministers in this country.
So how often do you have the elections for the parliament members?
Once in a blue moon.
No, because I don't know. I really don't understand British politics.
It used to be when they were called, but a maximum 5 years. But I think it is now 5 years, unless there is a reason, unless something happens and a general election is called. So, for example, we had a general the election in 2019 it was called because Parliament was completely screwed up. Yep. It wasn't a term election. It wasn't the case. It had to be then. So we have to have an election by clock.
Of course, he cuts out right there and then. Always classic Colin cutting out.
We have a fight. So 2019, Boris Johnson called an election because he was getting nowhere. Got a massive majority, which the Conservatives proceeded to completely and utterly squander and spoil. But so that reset the clock. So the next election has to be by 2024.
So you could be stuck with the guy who who shouldn't be in the job until 2024.
Yeah.
The guy who bumbled into the position.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Which is why a lot of people are saying that they should call a general election. Because at the moment, I believe the phrase "screwed" is. Yep, Tony Blair definitely was. It's all Tony Blair's fault. # blame Tony Blair. The best thing the Conservative Party could do, and we'll have to try and get off, see if I can find a way down from my soapbox. The best thing the Conservative Party could have done was blanket repealed every single rule law that Tony Blair brought in, and gone from there. Blanket, but it's okay. There's a few we might keep.
Are we finished?
I was going to say, yes.
This is probably my fault, so I'll apologize to everyone.
And that was Roman the Empire,
fault.
an article talking about the history of politics and modern day politics. Next,
Yeah, well, hey, it's November the 5th. You know,
exactly,
this is what this part of November is all about. This is us being geeky about November the 5th.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
We cannot talk about politics on this day, and I will show you why shortly.
I'm trying to do my announcement at the moment.
Go on then.
Okay, my comment. That was the history of politics and modern day politics with your host, Roman of the Empire and Arthur Collin. Next up, we'll be looking at the film V for Vendetta, followed by later on Pick of the Week. Hope you all enjoy the channel so far.
Remember, of course, Guy Fawkes is the only person ever to enter the Houses of Parliament with honest intentions.
Yeah,
That's true. Also, Guy Fawkes is a hero in our house. So remember, rebels.
I was going to ask, do you have continuity announcers in America like we do over here?
I'm sorry. What was that, Alex?
On modern data, on TV over here, we have continuity announcers saying what's coming up on the next program at the end of each programs.
Like a sneak preview.
Yeah. Yeah, we have them over here.
The answer to your question is it depends. Some of them do, some of them don't.
Yeah. That is, of course, if anybody's actually watching broadcast television anymore.
Well, there's that. And I usually like to cut off before that comes on because I don't want to know what's coming in the next episode, because often you'll get a spoiler. You'll see a character who you don't know what's going to happen. Are they going to die? Are they going to live? And oh, no.
Nice.
And now on Let's All Geeky, V for Vendetta.
It's the guy from Halloween.
Oh, I thought that was nobody or whatever his name, anonymous.
What was his name in the film? I honestly don't remember what they called the character. What was his? Because he was like a lab experiment.
Yeah,
he was patient V.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Patient
sorry.
V, Patient 5.
Played by Hugo Weaving, of course.
And of course, with double exclamation points behind it, they called him you. Yes, me.
That was another film that had a lot of good actors in it. Hugo Weaving, you had John Hurt, and then Natalie Portman, who can act. Despite what you saw in Star Wars, she can act, and she's a very good actress. Although I think Jim the Viking should have played the part instead of Hugo Weaving. But that's just my vote, which obviously doesn't count.
They all know it's Jim because he's got the beard underneath, so they all know it's him.
That's true.
Didn't Natalie Portman, we must be politically correct.
Oh my God, again with the bots.
Natalie Portman, didn't she actually make the ultimate sacrifice and actually have her head shaved for the film?
She did. Yeah, she actually did.
She was crying her eyes out where it was happening.
Who else? I mean, what's her... Sigourney Weaver did that for the ill-fated Alien 3, which was not a good movie. Unlike V for Vendetta, which was a really good movie.
Didn't Demi Moore do it for G.I. Jane as well?
She shaved her head too. Oh, yeah, and what's her name?
I think it was Demi Moore, wasn't it?
The girl with Demi Moore, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I've seen G.I. Jane, but I've
actually seen it.
Natalie Portman did an interview regarding that hair shaving, and she made such a big deal about getting her hair shaved. Every single drafted 18-year-old boy experiences that, and they didn't cry like she did. She was in tears for real in that sequence. She admits that she was in tears for real.
If they want equality, then all the girls that volunteer should have really short haircuts as well. Personally, I think that would be a war crime, but if they want equality,
actually, I won't. I'm going to hold most of my thoughts on this topic because I have a retirement to think about.
And that's how Hollywood stays Hollywood, kids. Right there and there. I may be retired, but I still got to keep my union contract available.
Mm.
But
Yeah,
G.I.
Melvin,
Jane
deeply,
was a
you
good
might
movie.
be being sarcastic.
What's his fuck was in it from Aragorn? Help me. Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I know the one you mean. I can't remember what the actor's name was. Guy that broke his foot and carried on working.
Oh my goodness.
Of name, isn't it?
Come on, Chad, help me
Mortensen.
out here.
That's
Viggo
Mortensen. Yes. Played the Master Chief in that movie. And he was great in that too. And it was actually a very compelling film. You go into it with certain, predispositions of what you think is going to happen. And I actually thought the movie played out very well. So it was what it was. As far as shaved head movies goes, that was a good one. Unlike Alien 3, one of my favorite directors, David Fincher, Sigourney Weaver, who I love very much, but that movie was just a steaming pile of crap and really killed the franchise. Because it never recovered.
Have you ever heard the Audible audio? What do they call it? Audio originals.
Yeah, I know the script reading.
I haven't heard it, but I know the story because Hicks was supposed to be around. I mean,
yeah, because
all these
audio
events
did it,
didn't happen.
And Hicks is in it, and Michael Bean is in it, and
I love Michael Bean. He's another one of those actors.
Yeah, I know the script you're talking about, Colin.
Bishop is in it, but they wrote out. But they wrote as in they didn't bring it in. They pushed Ripley off to one side, I believe, because Sigourney Weaver wasn't available. But they've done it with as I say, Alien 3. It's with with Michael Bean, with the chap that was in Millennium, played Bishop.
Lance Henriksen.
Lance Henriksen. Yeah, they're actually in the. It's actually quite. I like it. It's actually quite good.
Yeah, and it's great world building because they bring a lot of other national identities into it. They bring a lot of other factions into it, and it becomes this battleground with aliens involved. It's actually a really good storyline. It's a shame we didn't use
any of the books?
I've got
the alien novels.
I've got a few of them to actually get around to. I don't think I've actually read any of them.
They're really good. And it is a direct follow-up to Aliens. Aliens is the foundation for that. Alien 3 and all the bullshit doesn't exist in these books, and Newt's in them, and it's a really good continuation of that story. And unlike like I said, the tragedy that was Alien 3. Melvin, no.
We can all find if Melvin can find. I'm told that I've actually got the quadrilogy, whatever it is, which has got one of the specials is apparently the original. Not is the original version of the film that was going to be made before it got interfered with, but I've never actually seen that. But I have heard that was actually quite good. Melvin, if you can actually enjoy it, then
I'm astounded.
Yes, but I suppose we're supposed to be the good guys on this side, and we shouldn't really put.
I will defend
I'm not the good guy.
Melvin.
Everybody knows that.
I'm
the bad guy on this panel.
I will defend Melvin deeply.
Well, everybody's entitled to their opinion, even if it's wrong, Melvin. It's fine. I'm wrong about a lot of things. Mrs. of the Empire will tell you. Colin will certainly tell you. PJ would tell you if he was here. But it's PJ again. It is PJ. Oh, Lord.
Wow. It's got to be the date. It's got to be because we're broadcasting live in the UK from a UK source. That's got to be the reason why we're getting all these bots, because we don't see them ever. We never rarely ever see them.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think it's Jim the Viking. He has a certain appeal.
No, he hasn't
said the people of the interwebs.
No one's mentioned.
I believe it's the Ming. The Ming effect.
I was about to say no one mentioned the magic phrase, and you had to go and do it.
I'm sorry.
You saying that, and Stephen, you saying that reminds me. I was watching Mr. H Reviews about on that one, and he was bringing up a really interesting and hopeful report from Bounding into Comics. Basically, it was about they do these things. I mean, you guys probably know, they do these focus groups where what they'll do is they'll show.
I saw that.
Yeah. What they do is the story of this one is basically that this TV company, they've got a show that they're in production, and it's a cop show. They're in production, and they showed this to focus groups, and they showed a problematic one, right? And the basic description of the real show that supposedly is in development. A young POC policewoman who gets dumped by her girlfriend, what a surprise, and transfers to a new precinct in a southern town where she's shocked by the racism, sexism, yada, 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 yada. Right? The quote, problematic, unquote, show, which was shown to the audiences, was pretty much Starsky and Hutch. Right? Change a few little bits, but basically, from the sound of it, it was Starsky and Hutch. I will give the audience 5 points to guess which one was almost unanimously preferred. Bearing in mind, this is what one might call a white pill. Yes. Everybody seemed to come back in favour of the problematic two white bros cops, Starsky and Hutch clone. To the point that apparently this show has now gone back for rewrites, including perhaps been changed. Yes.
Good. Well, that's like the WB head right now. The new WB head has been going through and hacking and slashing things that are not making money for Warner Brothers. Good.
Yeah.
That's why you lost, all those. We've talked about these shows before, like Batwoman and all the dreadful things that they were producing. So they're cutting the hell out of that, and he's bringing back Henry Cavill and trying to build things that people want to see again. Amazon, for their many faults, and they have a lot of them, not the least of which is the Rings of Power. But they bring you shows like The Terminal List, which everybody loved. That was universally loved. I'm sure there's a couple of fellows over on the woke side that really didn't dig it because they don't like toxic masculinity, but everybody else loved the show. I mean, that was a huge hit for them.
Yeah. I've not seen that one, but it didn't appeal to me, but that's fine. I mean, it didn't appeal to me because I don't particularly like too much graphic violence, gore, but that's fine. I mean, I can understand why it was popular. It just wasn't my sort of thing, which is fine. Right. But the other thing
was a good story. Violence aside, it was still a good story.
Yeah, I know. I've heard of it. I mean, I like Reacher, but some bits of Reacher I thought for me a lot too. Were okay. So that's a bit gratuitous. But what the hell? Fine. It's fake. It is what it is, and it's popular with people. That's great. That's my problem. No one else's. I'm not going to watch that sort of thing. Fine. Not going to stop anyone else watching it. But you saying that about Henry Cavill, there was another one. The next one I've seen a couple of reports on as well. That I mean, if you've seen, you've probably seen this one as well. That a few things about why he's actually left, why he actually quit The Witcher. And there's a lot of suggestions going around and hints that he quit The Witcher because he was a fan of the books and he wanted to be closer to the books. Yep. And apparently there is, since he left, there's a petition been launched, which has got some around 70,000 signatures.
Petitioners.
Signatures to keep Henry Cavill and replace the writers.
Yeah. Well, his big complaint on record, this is from Cavill himself. He was like, I'm not gonna do a part that's named after my character where I'm no longer the main character in the show.
Right.
And that was basically it. He was doing it as a professional. He's like, you're titling it in title only. I'm not going to be a part of this.
Yeah. I mean, I must
admit, good for him.
Again, that's another one I never caught. It's something I never actually caught. But yeah,
a lot of
I'm not-
people that have
what we
seen
got-
it really enjoyed a lot of the elements, but specifically a lot of the fans of both the books and the game were really impressed with how good Cavill was in the role.
But it is
Well, a
because he
good actor
brought
can
life to the character, and
Mhm.
it is him bringing the whatever we want to call it, offline persona and whatnot, and saying, "Hey, I'm a massive World of Warcraft gamer geek. I've played hundreds of hours of this video game. I've
Yep.
read tons of the books. This is why we fell in love with Viggo Mortensen
Yep.
when he became Aragorn 22 plus years ago now. Is he studied Sindarin, the Elvish language that Tolkien made up, just so that he can use some phrases of it. He kept reading the book whilst on the set to understand, this is Aragorn. What does Aragorn do? Who is he? What is his motivation? And the same with Ian McKellen and the rest of them. They got inspired by Viggo to do this thing, to pour the whole of themselves into the character and not just be, oh, hey, that's a nice paycheck.
Yeah, and to think he was a last minute decision.
Yeah, because they had to cast someone else. The little fella who was in that terrible vampire movie. What was the actor's name? I don't remember. It was Queen of the Damned. Whoever the gentleman was who played Lestat in Queen of the Damned was supposed to be Aragorn.
Oh, what? Really?
And
Thompson, the guy
thank
from
God.
the Son of the Who?
Thank God they moved him aside. Well, and so I mean, you have actors like Cavill and Viggo Mortensen, but and they were working also with good source, semi good source material with The Witcher. Well, actually, the source material is fine. It was what they did with it that was the problem. But
Right.
much like Doctor Who, we were talking about this the other night. Peter Capaldi, given some real shit scripts, particularly in season 10, still was very compelling as the Doctor.
Right.
You never lost faith in him. It was all the other, bothersome bits around him that were, not good. But he was good. Cavill was good as the Witcher, despite, the script he was being handed.
And, about Henry
Stuart
Cavill.
Townsend. Thank you, Melvin.
This guy has been around. He did a movie called The Immortal or something along those lines where he played like a demigod.
Oh, yeah. I didn't see
right?
that
A
movie.
long,
I know it existed.
long time ago. It's a crying shame that the industry shifted gears so hard that this guy, who should have been the new Arnold Schwarzenegger of our time, he's basically been absent from the landscape of entertainment. This guy is a talent. He's a visible talent. And he's an acting talent. It's a damn shame that we didn't get this guy in more pictures. I mean, what a waste. This guy is aging out of his career as we speak.
Yeah, but he's not getting younger. You're right.
It's a damn shame.
He's going to be able to do it for a while longer, probably 10 more years of
But this is, it's kind of like what's his face, who was in Remington Steele, and he became James Bond
Pierce
eventually.
Brosnan.
Pierce Brosnan. We missed all of those years in
Yep.
prime Pierce Brosnan, where he could have brought the James Bond we actually wanted, and they wasted him because of a contract dispute.
Yep,
It's
he got
just
stuck
like
in his
that.
contract.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
With
It's a waste.
Cavill, though, a lot of it is, I think, just very, very bad studio decisions.
Yep.
Lots of bad studio decisions all over the place.
And there aren't, and you're right, Stephen. There are not a lot of other actors like him out there still, because we've talked about the movie star absence before.
He's handsome. He's charming. He's great on camera. I mean, this
and
guy,
off camera,
he's got all the right stuff going on.
Yep, and they just ignored him.
Yep,
just ignored him.
Ridiculous.
And that's why we get the crap we get out of Hollywood, So, I've got about 6 more minutes, guys. Then I'm going to have to take off. I'm sorry. Just stuff, normal life stuff on the West Coast. I apologize.
No problem, man.
I somehow everybody just stopped talking. I didn't mean to kill the conversation. I was just pointing it out.
It's perfectly all right for us. If you guys would like, and I'll let you start, Roman. I'm not sure if you have anything.
I don't have a pick of the week this week. I'm really sorry.
Ooh, I got
my
a
pick of the
gem.
week.
Shame.
I know. I would share the music clip with you, but I don't want to spoil it for when we actually.
Oh,
finish.
go on. Let's everyone hear it. Come on.
No, I would say that part
5 seconds.
will
Even.
show the next step in us upgrading, adding a little bit of we call pizzazz or hoo-ah, whatever you want to call it, to our stream. But in the backgrounds, for you guys in the panel, we have been working hard on trying to create intros or amazing snippets and greater screenshots and everything. And I will call out Stephen and Roman. They've been working incredibly hard, working with Mr. AWK to get some really, really creative stuff so that the stream quality gets up a little bit. I'm not going to spoil anything.
I just wanted to call out a talent that we have in the chat. Mr. Jacob Ironside has dropped another meme quality image for us to display. Please check the DMs in the John and Roman Solve the World's Problems DM.
I don't think I have access to that one.
You're attached to our site, aren't you, Jim?
I do not think so.
Oh my God, that's terrible. I hate you. I'll copy it and put it over in. Let's talk.
Thanks, Roman. Great idea. Just paste it. Paste it over. That's well worth the display.
That's one of the worst things I've ever seen, Jacob.
I just got that one from Mr. AWK.
Oh, there it is. Okay, no, you can click on it and it opens. That is horrible. Oh my God. Oh wow.
The only thing I have that is wrong with this picture is why the hell are they using a standardized Planet Earth PET plastic bottle?
I know
because they're cheap.
Bottle?
That's because they're cheap. They don't care. They're so cheap about all this nonsense. It should have been some sort of vessel made out of stone or something, at least, to bring it. These guys with their world building. It's a crying shame.
Look at my face. That's Jacob. You are gold, man. Every show he gives us some new wonderful meme. I've actually got a couple that I've been saving for when John comes back on the air with us that are just because John, my normal, or our partner over on Solving the World's Problems, hasn't seen a lot of movies that he should have seen, and there's a particular film that we talk about quite often, and Jacob made just a hilarious meme up for that hopefully John will be back on pretty soon and we can share that meme as well. But that one was great, Jacob. That actually makes up for my lack of a pick of the week. So thank you for doing that. And I guess on that note, folks, which is a weird note to leave on, but thank you.
You're the one who's been drinking for 48 hours, so.
Look, blue teat milk is the best milk, and you can't change my mind on that. It's still better than Alien-3.
Blue milk, of course.
So, Jim,
I'm definitely coming over to Texas now because you're getting me in the mood for barbecue, especially as it's winter time and we're getting away from summer, and I love myself an amazing barbecue.
Jim, he's not in Texas.
No, I'm in the hell of
close
California.
Enough.
But
close enough.
But in my
We have
backyard, it
shredded
can
pork
always be
over here,
Texas,
you know,
Jim.
because it's a West Coast kind of thing
I
too.
mean,
So
one day I'll lure Steven down here. He's only a couple hours away, so
yeah,
if
that's
as long
true.
as he survives, then you know you'll be safe. So thanks for helming the ship, Jim, Alex, and Colin and Steven. Fun show as always. I apologize for off tracking us slightly. I still blame Colin for most of that. And PJ, I hope you're having fun wherever you are, and we'll see you soon. So you guys take care.
Night,
Cheers,
Roman.
mate.
Take care, Roman.
Night, Roman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Nice. Yes, I can feel the anger
Nah.
leaving the studio.
He might have been the third cousin 3 times removed from the actual assistant that actually mopped the floor of a venue that Elvis once visited.
Wow, that was written by a Victorian analyst right there. I swear. Good heavens. Could you elaborate that sentence a little bit more? I perhaps turned it into a double paragraph.
I will endeavor to not do that.
I am your mother's sister's aunt's uncle's friends. I can't remember the whole bloody line from Spaceballs, and I can't remember the character either. But yeah,
Colin, what does us make?
Come on, Colin. I play that one just off the top of my head.
Colin, what does us make us? Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
yes.
Oh my goodness. As a true Star Wars geek, I hate Spaceballs. Loathe it. Quoting Jack Nicholson, using the word hate here, okay? I despise that movie. It started a whole trend of lampooning anything that was serious left in the universe. Terrible. I despise that film. I hate it.
Yeah, but you got to
Especially the
admit, Mel
merchandising
Brooks.
nonsense.
Sorry, if Brooks is coming after you and your genre,
Yeah,
your specific universe, you have literally struck diamond. You didn't strike gold, you struck diamond.
It's true.
'Cause
Yeah, and
if you see coming after you,
yeah.
in his blazing saddles, is literally going after the spaghetti westerns.
No. And you got to admit,
It-
it was great Mel Brooks actually presenting the idea to George Lucas. And George Lucas did have a sense of humor.
He already knew it. That was the most
Yeah.
golden part of his contract with 20th Century Studios, was that he retained the merchandising rights. That's
Yeah.
what made George Lucas George Lucas.
And what did he say to Mel Brooks? You can have the film crew and, the ILM to do the special effects if you want them all to do Spaceballs.
Yep. Because
Because
it was a gigantic commercial for Star Wars. The whole thing was
Yeah.
a gigantic commercial for Star Wars.
Yeah, but how many times do you get such an iconic opening where you're thinking, how long's this spaceship?
Yeah.
I've got enough time to go to the toilet and back.
And such an iconic ending related to completely and utterly different, or at least completely and utterly different sci-fi classic ending.
Yeah.
Exactly, but something you touched on there, AWK, it's the capital ship of the bad guys. It is 13 miles long. So if you run one circle on the outside of the entire ship, you've run a marathon. That is how big that ship is.
And Mel Brooks came out with a great line in the film Spaceballs where you hear him running through the entire ship and he goes, if I walked, the movie would be finished.
Exactly. A marathon, the fastest runner that would do a marathon today, which is 35, whenever this came out, but let's just use Star Wars as the base sample from 1997. 1977. That's 45 years ago.
Yeah.
They failed to to project exactly how big these ships were. They tried, but sense of scale back then, because this was practical effects.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How long did
They
it take to build
couldn't
something like that
really
anyway, originally?
exactly scale it up, but the Darth Vader's ship is 13 miles long, and you can go to the Star Wars wikis and everything, and it's like, oh, yep, that's how big it was.
What a
Look,
ridiculous
in
size
all
machine,
honesty, Spaceballs, it's a solid movie. I totally respect Mel Brooks. I get that it's a really popular film. I understand all of the jokes, but at the time that it came out, I was in the middle of being bullied as a geek about Star Wars in my elementary school. So it was just another log on the fire as far as I was concerned, of people having jokes at their disposal written by a professional to now tease me with. So it's a bit of a sore spot for me. That's all. That's all I'm saying. And hello, Blair to Blair in the chat.
Ale Blair to Blair. I'm sorry if I can't highlight all the comments. I'm literally trying to juggle everything from the spam
You're-
bots to
You're
the
doing great,
misprints in the
Jim.
chat.
Mhm.
Doing great, Jim. As always, man. You're covering it well.
I'm feeling like a headless chicken just going. "Paka."
Nice. And the ancestors in the Norse heaven, in Asgard, they're all weeping for you, Jim. They are. He's doing a fine job.
I'm definitely going to Valhalla, where the brave may live forever, because you
That's right.
definitely have to have bravery keeping tabs of the spam bots, the cheeky comments, who to highlight, and then keeping tabs of what the heck are you guys talking about.
That's right.
on the
You're
stream.
called Streamborn. You're a Streamborn.
Yes, I'm Jim the Viking of the Streamborn.
There's a new table section arranged in Valhalla for the streamers and the tubers. The new battlefield.
Oh, that means I need to share a table with PewDiePie.
What is he, a Viking?
Yeah.
PewDiePie, the Viking.
PewDiePie was actually born, I think, less than 200 miles away from where I was born. In Sweden.
Well, there you go.
So, yeah, we would definitely be sharing tables in the halls of Valhalla.
You don't really need to sit next to him, will you?
Oh, what a crazy thought.
I got absolutely nothing against the bloke. It's just that the content he's covering, I have zero interest in. It's not that it's wrong. I'd rather watch a interesting sci-fi film and whatnot, and he would go on the Fortnite and call people douchebags. And I'm just going, not my kind of entertainment.
Yeah. But he got some audience going. I mean, that was like one of the first streamers I think I ever heard of was PewDiePie. And that was through my nieces. Both of them were totally intoxicated with that channel. So yeah, whatever he was doing, he was doing it right.
He made a ridiculous amount of YouTube ad money.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And obviously because he got wealth and the Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, if you make a lot of money, the tax environment is not for you. You will literally, as soon as you start making more than £100,000 a year, you will find another country to move to because you don't want to pay that much tax.
Tax havens.
Yep.
Exactly.
Which are these stupid ideas of, oh, we'll tax the rich. Yeah, then they'll just leave and you'll lose even more money, you idiots. But we're moving into politics again here.
Get
Again.
away from the politics.
Yeah.
Let's do picks of the week. Who else has got a pick of the week? I can't wait to show mine.
Yes.
I can't wait.
I haven't got a pick of the week this week, unfortunately.
I guess he's up to Stephen then.
Jim, how about you? Do you want to go second?
Well,
or-
I sort of showed part of mine. And
Well,
Stephen,
this
if you can hold it up for 2 or 3 minutes,
Sure.
let me just
Yeah,
get
of course.
some slides ready so I can show what I've been watching. Because I
I've
don't
shown
have a
part of
physical
my-
copy.
So,
Would that be
welcome
okay?
to. Yeah, that's fine. So, welcome to FFFSI takes over Let's Talk Geeky this evening. Right, guys, what have we got to talk about on the agenda?
Well, let's see. Something about trolls. And not those
Oh,
kinds
yeah.
of trolls. No, the other kind of
No.
trolls. The ones that stomp
yes.
and move around through the
There
forest.
we go.
These are
Jim
totally
Sanson.
different. These are forest trolls. They're green trolls.
Mountain trolls.
Yes. Those are the best kind.
You have to remember when you kill them with acid or fire so they don't come back to life.
Is that true? Is that part of the lore?
It is in Dungeons and Dragons.
You see,
certainly.
Colin, I'm putting this on the stream just for prosperity. 'Cause I am sorting out my screenshots of the digital stuff I watched this week.
As long as you
I've
don't
been
get
watching-
a certain word begins with an M out, and then we're all right.
I've been watching a certain couple of American ladies who
You dirty swine.
you know one of them, or you used to know one of them. Arwen gets clipped every 30 seconds. She's on a stream these days.
Yeah. Her popularity gone through the roof.
And when she's on with when Arwen and Arlene are on together, oh my god, they go nuts. And it doesn't help that Mark winds them up appallingly. So, yes, I was so tempted to go clipped with that because I'm just.
I tried to clip Wendy the other night with that spider.
Did it? I must admit, I don't know how you do that. I mean, I think.
I'm trying to figure it out myself. I might have to download the whole show.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh god. Right, that's another. Well, I just come up with for our on the 15th. Have we got politics on the agenda? Not to mention for our show that evening.
Which show? What evening?
The homage to the prisoner.
Well, that whole thing is political, isn't it?
Sort of, but the thing is, we can't mention any subjects. Specific subjects we well know.
Well, I'm glad you brought this up because PJ is here to listen to you, Alec.
Mhm.
And that's entirely up to Peach. If I may
Yeah,
call
really.
him Peach. So, Colin, when is your next? Are you doing any other fairs or recreations?
Not until next year. Now we're in training season.
Okay.
I've got practice tomorrow, but no, not till April. I think.
Lovely.
April.
From the creators
here we
of
go.
a recently cancelled show.
Yes.
I've been hearing a lot of good news about this show. I understand it's starting to, the fan base is starting to split a little bit as the episodes continue on. But I understand that for the most part, the general vibe is that this is a solid show.
Yes. So this is a TV show that I just took it a shot at. I mean, I love Grace Moritz. Ever since I saw her as Hit Girl in Kick-Ass. I mean,
Mhm.
she was Kick-Ass. Kick-Ass
She was.
wasn't Kick-Ass. She was as Hit Girl Kick-Ass. Full
Yeah, she
stop.
was incredible. She was the highlight of both of those films, Kick-Ass 1 and 2. They were both, she was so awesome.
Absolutely. And she's part of this one. So I got to take part of the early access. Literally like 000 in the morning that the link was available to me, so I could watch the 2 episodes first. And I was just going like, okay, interesting, but confusing. Don't understand everything, and I'm trying to not give away any spoilers for this stream. If you haven't watched it, I would say the 2 first episodes, definitely go watch them, because the TV show, and I have not seen this in a long time. It's people have skills that the TV show does not tell you in advance that they have.
Hmm.
You have to find out. Well, that was a Mary Sue. But hang on, it wasn't a Mary Sue. Because the skills, the training, the experience, they already had. And I'm trying to be as vague as possible because this is literally toward the end of the second episode where you just go and it's like, really? How could you do that? Oh, the story will tell you how you could have done that, or how you knew even remotely how to do something like that.
So Liam Neeson's not in it then.
There is definitely a significant part of Taken. They have skills, they can use them, and they are definitely a nightmare for anyone that wants to stand in the wrong kind of like area of fire. But I will say I did pick up the audiobook because I realized that this is going to be released weekly.
Right.
I got the first 2 episodes. I'm hooked. I definitely liked it. So I had one of those free credits because I pay the monthly what's it called, Audible book. So I get 1 free credit. I can download any audiobook of anything I want. And
Right. And this is a William Gibson property, right?
Yeah, and I'm a massive non-fan of Gibson
Oh,
after
okay.
hearing this book, because I spent the credit. Don't care that it was that much. It's like, okay, I'll try it out, but the first 6 hours of that audiobook, I was just confused. I understood nothing. The talking, the communication, the chapters. It's like one chapter could be literally 5 words. That was one chapter. And I just went, oh, what the hell am I actually watching? But I will say, compared to the audiobook, the TV show builds on the universe that was actually built by him. And I will say this is one of the first times I've heard the audiobook. I've not read the book, but I have heard the audiobook. But I've heard it's been approved by the author. This is the narrator, how they speak, how they present voices and everything. I'm just going, TV show, absolutely yes. I will definitely continue watching the TV show. I'm halfway through the third episode, and I believe like last night the fourth episode dropped. So I'm not that far behind. But TV show, quite well made, and it has some actors that I still have good respect for.
Hmm.
So
I understand they've already got a couple of seasons in the works as well after this. And the material has tons and tons and tons of other stuff to happen yet. But people who have read the book say that it deviates from the books in a way that you can enjoy because the books are a little wonky, from what I understand.
as I understand, having gone through the entire first audiobook, that there might be more. They tied the peripheral on Prime Video together. And it's like literally crunched it in. It's like, okay, what you took 10 chapters to explain, they built it in to the first chapter, but then there is, oh, let's leave some mystery, some stuff for you as the audience to figure out.
Yeah, back again.
Yeah, I got
Mhm.
some.
Can't you
Um,
set it up? Can you set the stream up so it only does
Subscribers only.
or something
That's
like
the
that?
way to stop it from happening as well.
yeah, sorry, I'm just associate admin. This is PJ's channel.
Hmm.
So,
Oh, I see. So you can't set up those parameters.
well, I could probably set them up, but I don't want to screw up PJ's channel because I might actually block people that should have the rights.
You end up finding the self-destruct button.
Yeah. Anything that is like big shiny red, it's like I want to click. I'm definitely not going
Ooh,
to.
there's a big shiny red button. What am I going to do if I see a big red shiny button that should never be pushed?
And we all know what happened to Father Ted, didn't we? We didn't Google where we looked at that button.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to speed through the next. Again, they're not pick of the week. They're digital, and I'm one of those person that separate. Pick of the week should be something that I can pick up. So I'll just
I thought he
reach
was going to
behind
raise his
my
arm even
screen,
higher.
and I got Mikey. This is a pick of the week, but sadly, the last couple of weeks have been digital.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I would like to share, and let's see if I can do that. Again, I apologize. This is literally my third or fourth time at the wheel. So,
Are we allowed to show this?
Avatar. But the latest Avatar trailer is out.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, I loved not Fern Gully. Avatar was the first one, obviously, because everyone these days have, oh, it's the first time it's ever happened in history. But I'm going to take a little bit of a gamble here and see if this can actually work. Well, I hope it's going to. Could you guys hear sound?
No.
Let's retry this. Stop screen. Present. Okay, I might not be able to share the audio, but hopefully that should keep PJ's channel without any strikes or anything if there's like music copyright. So Dutch, let's watch the graph.
Yeah, with all the criticisms aside about this property, this film is going to be so gorgeous. It's going to be almost unbelievable how beautiful this film is going to look.
I kind of agree. But if you look at the place I just stopped,
Mm-hmm.
what the fuck is this?
Fern Gully.
Not even Fern Gully was better made, and that was cartoon. And this is where I just stepped off from the trailer and I was like, the first one, the first Avatar trailer and the first Avatar film came out a decade ago.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this crappy animation in that film or that trailers? This is cartoonish. They went for photorealistic back then. Can you even see that there is an avatar or whatever they're called here? Did you even notice that that there
When I
is an
looked-
individual here?
When I looked, yes.
Look at the lighting on this leaf. It's sharp contrast rather than faded because there is a canopy on top, letting sunlight come down to these leaves. It's super bright in this corner, and this corner, and this corner, and this corner. It's super bright. I was like, no, if you're in an under canopy, it gets dark. We had the 7 Mile Forest or whatever it was called from Winnie the Pooh over 100 years ago.
100 acre wood, I think you mean.
And
Okay.
this is something that is 10, 13 years later than the original Avatar came out.
I think the thing is, I think Avatar, when it came out, was a very impressive film. Problem is, it's what 13 years late on, and we're used to that sort of. We're used to that sort of CGI now.
Yeah,
but don't
it's
Sorry.
not only that, it's also the idea that there's been 13 years of CGI criticism
Yep.
added to the mix of the conversation as well. So now the audience has this hypercritical eye for all of this CGI. And if you look back at Avatar, it's well constructed. They're really, really trying really hard with the equipment that they have.
Well, don't forget, back then they were experimenting with 3D. And Avatar
everything was
made
new
in 3D.
technology as well.
Yeah. But I don't know about the Avatar sequel's going to be in 3D or not. So the thing is, James Cameron said he was up in the ante for the sequels. Like it was something to do with like filming in water, which was an experiment he tried back in the early 90s or late 80s. With the film,
Just look at this scene. I understand your angle there, but there should have been lessons learned from this. Just look at this. This is
Mm.
by today's standards, yeah, it's not great, but it is miles away ahead of this CGI scene.
So is that the Imperial
That
Guard in
one-
40k fighting the Tau?
It's the Avatar, the original film,
Oh right, yeah.
and this is the Avatar that is supposed to have almost 12 years of technology 3D advancement. Which one do you believe? I believe the gunfire scene way above, I believe, this scene. It is beautiful. I will give it that. But I'm going into a cartoon book.
Yeah, but Jim, just think about it. It's only a trailer right at the moment. There'll probably be some fixes along the way.
Yeah, well, what? No. I'm gonna go complete ass on you. It's like, oh, get the fuck out here.
Yeah, you should put up
They
your best in the
have
trailer.
literally hired college students to do the 3D leaf works, artworks, whatever. They have no talent and should never be allowed anywhere near projects like this. Because in this one, you have a super complicated system.
Yeah.
So you have your entire background stuff here. And this is why you and me, Alex, we catch up pretty much every Sunday.
Yep.
We talk about how to do this and what can we polish and everything. You have about 16 or 17, best of my count. You have tons of flares bringing light into the scene. And there are a few areas where I can see it didn't do it properly. So if you see this guy in the middle here, he should have had light from this flare. This guy does have a little bit, and he has it around his visor. But this guy, despite big cannon flare, big cannon flare, big cannon flare, he doesn't have anything. So it's not a perfect one. But can you guys tell me? Oh, crap. I just displaced that one. But let's see if I can't replay it. Give me a few seconds. Can you guys tell me on that screenshot, where is the sun?
In the sky.
Well, you're not wrong, but I have to give
I'm gonna
you a
give you
D
the
minus.
line. I'm going to give you the line that every single media outlet on the planet is currently using. This is only a trailer. They're still working on the effects, man. Just, be patient. Go see it in the theater.
No,
That's what they're gonna tell us.
I'm sorry, I don't follow Polygon articles like go see the film. It's gonna be better than the trailer. It's like, no, the trailer is why I should go to the cinema. I should not need to be told by a media outlet, you should go and see it. It's like, no, I watched the trailer and it's like, I'm gonna watch this at home once it's at discount or maybe for free on Amazon Prime. And I would have loved, because what Avatar did, and it did it in the same way that Final Fantasy did it. Absolutely gorgeous, animated, anime, whatever you want to call it.
You're talking about Advent children.
Amazing graphics. And here I'm looking, it's like, I saw this in 1997 on the computer that I needed to push a button to tell it to go to turbo so it could play the game. How have they crashed that much in visual aesthetics? Because
Yeah.
the original Avatar, even though it's a complete rip-off from Ferngully, original Avatar, Sigourney Weaver and the rest of them, absolutely visually stunning. No one can argue with that. This, I can go in 5 meters away and grab a Spider-Man comic from 2009. It will still look better than this.
That's some harsh criticism, man.
Because I expected more. Avatar was pushing the boundaries, pushing the limit, making it very realistic. But this one is jumping from every now and then. It's on par with its predecessor, but they've had 10 years of new technologies to make it better. And they made it 20 years in the past and go, hey, here's what we got. Let's get your butt into the cinema. And I'm just going to say, sorry, you lost me.
Yeah, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. It's the audience reaction to this is going to be really, really difficult and divided. There's going to be all sorts of infighting, and it's going to be a mess. The whole thing, the coverage of this movie is going to be there's going to be a lot of content creators that are going to be very, very happy to chew it to pieces. I'll tell you that. I know Az will probably be broadcasting for a month just on this movie.
Yeah, they definitely will make money, but I hope I put the tabs in correct order. So do forgive me if I did not get them in the correct order. But this is another pet peeve that I had. And you can probably see that I have a few tabs up already. Hopefully we played long enough, and these are old enough so PJ should not get a strike if he does. But
sound is the real problem when it comes to these trailers, by the way. It's the audio.
Yeah, and
that's the
I
issue.
apologize. I haven't figured out how to get the sound on within this, but I'll figure it out that out in the future. But it is the visuals that I really, really like. So one of my favorite companies since the late 80s has been Blizzard Entertainment. Cheeky, funny, creative, and smart games. But something they were always known for is their cut sequence. And we're talking very above the like standard cut. These guys were masters of building 3D environment, virtual stuff, context, films, everything. And what you're seeing now, I believe it's from 2004. And it's not enhanced by current day magic.
Okay.
And don't worry, it's just music at the moment. There is no dialogue.
This is a suit up scene, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Wow. Love me a good power suit, man. I think Robert Heinlein would be impressed with this sequence.
Absolutely.
I pop off for a cup to refill my coffee. I come back and we really are doing 40k power suits.
Yeah, yeah, well, you are.
But
Oh,
that,
start off, is it?
that is almost a 20-year-old with the computing power, the graphic skills, whatever was available back then.
Hmm.
And I showed you that after I showed you the 2022 trailer for Avatar.
Avatar,
Which
the
one
last
would
body of
win?
water.
This is where I'm going.
Fully
It's like,
simulated.
I think what will destroy Avatar. They may have amazing story, but it felt to me like they literally regressed 20 years in visual animation.
Mm.
But
So my,
that's my pick for the week. It was digital, sadly, because I'm still working on the physical part.
This
It's
is
been a
why.
snafu, and let's say that there are a few delivery companies that I am a lot less pleased with.
Mm. This is
Well,
why I
I will.
still. Sorry.
Go ahead, Colin. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is why I still prefer model effects works over CGI any day of the week.
Yeah, but I will say this in CGI's current defense, and I don't mean this as a dig in any sort of way whatsoever, but a lot of these systems are now in the process of employing more AI-driven automatic systems. So the kind of techniques that were being used back in the day were quite literally on par with scratch build or scenic artists, where they were physically having to do tricks on the fly to make the CGI do things it was never designed to do. And that's what a lot of that early stuff, that's why that early stuff really looks good, because they were forcing things to happen that they knew were better. But now they've
Yeah.
got a lot of AI driven systems that are basically taking over for a lot of these CGI artists that were doing lighting and all kinds of other stuff. So we're going to see a backward step, a quite extreme backward step, before we see it step forward again.
I know. Do you
It's
remember?
all about money.
AI cannot. AI can cover things we do day to day. It's like you wake up, you put on your socks, you put on your shorts, you put on your t-shirt. Those kind of repetitive tasks an AI can easily accommodate for, but you spill a glass of milk, that's not happening more than once every, shall we say, 5 years.
Mhm.
So it's not a repetitive task. And this is where AI fails, because
Yes.
AI today is still just fake. Is if there is a repetitive task, the AI can do it. But if you have to be creative and think outside of the box, the AI doesn't understand
Yeah.
at all.
I do have a question though, PJ, Jim. Of all those characters in those blue characters in Avatar, which one was Namor? Sorry, Namor.
No more? You
Wrong,
mean?
wrong universe, but I appreciate the question.
Mm. I'd also want to bring up effects. Do you remember Escape from New York?
Yes.
Right. You know the scene where he's coming on the glider
Hmm.
and they show like an outline of New York, right?
Yeah,
In
yeah.
dark.
All vector graphics.
Yeah, because they actually took the model, right, put lights on it, and then filmed it that way. They just painted the whole, place where it was in black to make it look, actually real, and it looked like pre-computer graphics,
Yep.
but it
Yep.
was actually model work. So that is impressive, and I
Yeah,
don't
and you
think,
could roll the clock back on that again too, Alec,
yeah,
because in 2001, all of the
yep,
vector graphics in that were all done by animators.
I know.
And that looks better than some of the stuff that was in the original Star Wars, and that was actually computer graphics.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that just goes to show you it's because of when you add a human being's aesthetics
yes,
to the equation, you get miraculous results because the human eye knows what the human eye wants to see. But when it comes to an actual computer, you get the reality of what computer graphics actually is. And it's a little bit less than always. It always will be, or at least it will be for a long time. They're just not there yet. They're getting there. I mean, I keep my eyeballs on this always because I have a deep concern about the falsity of images, and AI is getting me creeped out more and more every second. I got this
another
uncanny
thing is,
valley thing happening with AI driven imagery that's really spooking me out. I've been behind this since the 80s. When I went to college, all of the art that we were being taught was all hands-on physical art. And by the time I got out of college, they were already talking about Photoshop and Page Smith and all these other computer-driven technologies that nobody even told us about. They were being taken away. All of our career
You,
opportunities were being taken away by these terminals.
the question
you,
is, can
you,
AI?
Steven, you should check out a website that is called thispersondoesn't.exist.com, and
Yeah,
it's a
well,
fake facial generator
yep.
creating a realistic image of a face of a human, and it has the AI to
Hmm.
compare to all the known facial photographs on the planet to make sure that
Yeah,
that individual does not match to anyone that has uploaded their face to
I
the
know
internet.
all about it, Jim. I've been following this channel called 2 Minute Papers. This is a guy who is constantly doing investigations into the current CGI and AI driven algorithmic technology papers that are coming out. And he continuously posts updates on how this technology is almost excelling out of control with some of
Yeah,
the realities it can create. Some of the fluid dynamics and light simulations that are available now that can calculate within nanoseconds per frame in real time sometimes. Completely artificial environments based on a few word cues. It's really getting a little creepy out there,
well,
man.
the question is, I want to ask is that can an AI come up with a perfectly good script?
Not presently, I will say.
No. Give it time.
And for some reason, all of this fantastic AI we've got going on right now still isn't capable of reading a sentence that was written and speaking it out loud, or listening to an audio track and writing an accurate transcript. I don't understand how that's not possible yet. I mean, I get that there are language and grammatic barriers to deal with and vocabulary to deal with on top of accents. We're all speaking English, but Roman would disagree that we're all speaking English, right? So, how is a computer supposed to tackle these tremendous vaults? I mean, I listen to PJ and I know what he's saying, but to write a transcript with the correct spelling, I don't know. So what are we asking? It's amazing that AI can tackle visual stuff much more readily than spoken language.
That's why while I was writing my first book, the AI kept coming out with different bloody words.
Yep.
Right, but you're saying Roman is speaking English. I would disagree.
Ha!
Especially since he's not around anymore. But
He's in the chat, lurking
He's
about.
listening, I'm sure.
he's probably
in the
lurking
chat.
in the chat, but it is still the American English or English American, or I don't even know what to call it, because you have
Generally
so
goes
many
American
states, you have
US.
so many different way of pronouncing words, and we have the same here in UK on an extremely smaller scale. I can literally just jump on a train, and 30 minutes later, oh yeah, what's up, mate? You want this? I'm just going to say, what the heck did you just say to me? I don't understand. And I'm pretty sure I will be back up by the other guys, because now we're outnumbering the Americans on this stream.
But
But
I could tell you,
still,
Jim, that going to a McDonald's is an ambassadorial event. You go into a McDonald's in Los Angeles, and you better make sure you understand all of the accents involved, because behind the counter is a Korean with an Americanized Korean accent, and then you've got Latino with a Latino American driven accent, and right next to them is some other nationality that is populating Los Angeles that is also telling you what's on the menu, and you can hardly understand anything that they're saying. And that's me as an educated, theater-born, English-speaking person. It's crazy. So I get it. I get it, man.
Oh, speaking about accent,
this is what I was talking about. This is from the website that this person does not exist. That's is an
crazy.
AI-generated picture, and if I just hit enter for refresh, it will give me a different one. That face looks real, but there is nobody on the planet that looks like that person.
if I ever meet that person, I'll punch him in the face.
Well, let me hit refresh again.
Oh no, that's just plain typical.
But I refreshed it again.
Yeah, look at that creepy nonsense off to the sides there. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of close to Henry Winkler, isn't it? But it isn't.
Yeah, a little bit of Mads Mikkelsen as well, or Nicholson, or whatever his name is. Mads over there. He kind of has that kind of look as well.
Exactly. But I'll just hit enter again. There's nobody that looks like this as far as this website knows, and is literally scraping all of the details from Facebook, Twitter, all the social media profiles, all of that. It grabs it together and generates a face that there is nobody.
That's
like
someone's blatant profile.
Yeah,
it's amazing though, isn't it? They look just, you would not know they were not photographs.
Well, it's because they're quite literally a collage of bits and pieces of other photographs. That's how this is all, and it's stitching those bits and pieces together. I mean, this
Yeah,
looks a
probably
little bit
not.
like Bill Murray right here.
Mm.
Yeah, but you do have a bit of an artifact here where they stole
Yep.
part of the
Yeah,
eyes.
probably because there were
So
glasses
it
involved
would,
in a previous shot.
Yeah.
yeah, it would literally have been glasses, but then they would have taken the chin, the nose, the cheekbones, the forehead, hair from
Well-
somewhere else.
I was going to say, can we go back to accents, because this is freaking me out now.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
we,
this,
we,
this is
uh,
what I
go-
mean,
Go back
Alex.
to it.
This stuff is
I
really
just wanted
freaky.
to show. So
Yeah, because I was going to bring up there's a not the 9 o'clock news sketch, and Colin will remember this, where you got the comedian Billy Connolly sitting there being interviewed by his future wife, who is playing the famous Janet Street Porter.
No, Janet Street Porter.
Yeah, that's it. And she's talking in a funny, a ridiculous type of accent, and talking to Billy and saying about nobody can't understand his accent, and he's gone, pardon, because he's not understanding what she's going on about.
Mm. Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
you look at anyone from, you look at someone talking a broad Scottish accent, and I mean, talking in a Scottish accent and Scottish dialect, it's difficult. It's quite difficult to understand for someone from Southern England, for example, and probably vice versa.
Yeah,
Right. Well, it's interesting to note too that in India, they're all laughing at us discussing this because they've been dealing with what? How many? 120, 200, some odd different. They're not accents. They're full on dialects. The vocabulary is shifted in all kinds of bizarre ways, just because of the different sects throughout the Hindi world.
Yeah, Kelly, I actually, every time I see him, I actually think Mark Staines Australian, if he's the guy I'm thinking of. But yeah, right, yes. Do you know Daisy Cousins? She's an Australian lady, but she's got a semi-English accent. And again, she's very clear accent, it's easy to understand, but again, it's the same sort of thing because she's got and for that matter, if we're talking to Geeky, Shooty Gatwa.
yep.
Shooty Gatwa, I haven't heard him speak much, but he's got a very definite accent because, PJ, because he was, I don't know his life story, but I would imagine he probably moved here from Rwanda after he learned to speak, but when he was still a young child, because his English is very English, very Scottish accent, but there's a lilt there of the dialect which suggests he actually started speaking Rwanda with the Rwandan accent.
Mm.
But apparently there are people who are so good with languages and dialects, they can pin down where someone comes to from within a few miles.
Yes, that's what I love about the beginning of My Fair Lady, because it totally gets into that whole idea where he can pinpoint down to a street corner based on your accent.
Yeah. But there are, I mean, I suspect, practically speaking, that they're going to be able to do that for a particular language in a particular area of the world. So I doubt that someone's going to be able to do that for anywhere in America, anywhere in Australia, and anywhere in India. Say, I could be wrong. I could be downplaying the skill, but certainly, I think you can actually do that, or say where you come from, or where you learned, where you've been.
Well, if you think about the idea of a sampling, and that AI is currently chewing on all of these live streams going on all over the world, right? All of these TikTok videos, and they're all speaking, and their location is actually known. And if you attach that data to the history of the person speaking at that moment, you can slowly build up a database of What school did they come from? What car do they drive? How often do they speak with people outside of their dialect? How many cues are there built into their new dialect, which is now because they're going to a college in a totally different region, and so on and so on and so on. And eventually it'll be able to do it on its own. There'll be an automatic system where you'll say a few cue sentences and it'll tell you exactly where you were born and raised. No genetics involved.
I'm going to bail out now myself, I'm afraid. So, Colin, Steve, I'll let you promote for FFSI.
Yes, sir.
Everyone, have a great weekend and catch you next Saturday.
Cheers, mate.
Indeed, Alex. See you around.
Take care,
Have a
everyone.
good
Good
one.
night.
Matthew, it depends. It's very lovely depending upon where the rain in Spain falls.
That's true. That movie is so awesome.
But you're saying there's another thing there that you were saying there, Stephen, also is it also, it doesn't just depend on where you come from. It depends on your education as well.
Yes. Yeah, because of the teachers that you respected and even movies that you watched.
Yeah, but your education level will affect your vocabulary.
Yes.
But it also, for example, I mean, I've heard a lot of, in my experience, a lot of people from who were educated in, say, certain parts of Africa or India have really good, clear accents because they learned to speak English either as a close second language or as a primary language, but they learned to speak, pronunciation English, the Queen's English, as we call it, a very specific that sounds to a lot of people can sound an upper class accent. It sounds different to something like Harrow and Eton. They didn't necessarily, but because they've been through an education system where English is not necessarily the local native language.
Right. Yeah. Well, when I did Shakespearean theater, it was referred to as an effect on the tone of your language. It wasn't English. It wasn't an English accent. It was the effect of a high English accent. And it was just an air that you put on the tone of your voice and the rhythm of your candor.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's so many linguistic things. I mean, Shakespearean English, you can go back. You can usually understand. Most people with a good command of English could probably understand Shakespeare reasonably easily. I mean, there may be a few terms that you might not get. You go back, I don't think Shakespeare's 250 years to Chaucer. And it's a lot harder. So if you learn to speak Middle English, Chaucer's English, your accent will be different because, for starters, we know that a lot of words change. I noticed a long while ago. When I was doing a reenactment in Wales. As it happened, I was actually staying at a bed and breakfast, and one of the two ladies running it was an American, and I just had this sudden realization the way she pronounced her name. What about 80% of the difference between an American accent and an English accent is. And it's how you split 2 and 3 syllable words. Because she pronounced my name Carlin. Now I do it Colin. And the difference is the middle consonant there, the L in the middle. I put it on the second vowel, so it's Colin, which shortens the O. If you put the L at the first bit, so it's Colin, that automatically slightly draws out the O. So Stephen's not that, not always, but I noticed that and I just suddenly clicked that. That's a lot of the difference in that particular accent is how you actually break up words. And if you break up a word slightly differently, it forces a slightly different pronunciation of the vowels. And I literally just had this sudden flash of insight.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that we all speak, that both sides of the pond speak.
Well, we speak written English. How we read it out loud is two totally different things. But on top of that, there are many colloquialisms, like when I talk about how much my wages are, or when I talk about certain numbers, right? I don't say them the way even the Victorian would say them, or even the Victorian American would have said them. You know, I don't say things like, yeah, I'm going to be making 8 and 70. I say I'm going to be making 78.
Yeah. Well, quarter past and quarter to. You say quarter of and quarter after for time.
Yeah, and that all depends upon who you're talking to as well in this country as well.
Well, yeah. And the thing is, it's a good point, Kelly. And you've also got another thing is when writing, not when literacy and writing became widespread, general literacy became widespread. That's when language and spelling sort of set in, which is why you get some really, really weird spellings in English. Most famous one of all probably is O-U-G-H. There's about 17 different ways of spelling O-U-G, of pronouncing a word that's got O-U-G-H in it.
Yeah.
Which is why you guys dumped the whole thing and dropped the O, the G, and the H. You just use a U.
Yeah.
And that was a really weird sentence, but you know what I mean.
Well, a lot of that stuff happened when the military got into World War II, when they started homogenizing things in paperwork, and they were really focusing on cryptology and how you do cryptology over the radio set. And then when they got into telegraphing as well with teletype machines, you had to have somebody that could translate it. And if you spelt these things and you wanted it read correctly, this is why the alpha naming system was developed in America, with the whole, Mike, Charlie, Victor, Fox, Foxtrot.
Alphabet,
That was the reason why you did that, because some of these words are not pronounceable, even though they're all being pronounced the same way over a radio set. You could destroy a whole battalion by saying the word wrong.
Well, it's not only that; it's slightly more than that, because you're right for radio. I mean, even over a clear thing. If I say to you B C A E D F G H L M E, you might not necessarily pick all those similar sounding ones up. Which is again the other reason why you spell it Bravo, Charlie, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, etc. Because you've got so many letters whose names sound very, very similar. The E, for example.
Yeah, there's a lot of gasping and sighing within the letters pronunciation, and a lot of that gets lost in a radio transmission. I mean, just the idea that I say H and you say H.
Some people ask for I say H and some people say H. But yes, but when I just worked it out, I've got eight letters which all rhyme. In you've got 9 because you put out Z as Z. 8 or 9 letters which are some E. So you imagine that's almost, that's what, 26 letters. So that's pretty much a third of the alphabet.
But I think the Americans won this one completely, because we do, when it comes to the call signs and whatever it is, internationally today, it is the American one. It's Alpha, Bravo, Zulu. It is that whole thing. But if I went
because of NATO.
for my Scandinavian military training, it would be Albert, Bertil, Charlie, David, Eric, Fredrik, I
Right.
think you
Even
could
then,
understand them, but I think it would go to like, what the is
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
talking about?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Well,
the
and
weird
that's
thing-
why those code speakers, the Indian native speakers during World War II were such an asset because there was a single tribe speaking on the channel and they understood each other and that was it, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, it's kind of the same thing. I think that if anybody's going to really do a hard analysis on this whole vocabulary and English speaking world thing going on, I think military is always a great place to start because they're the ones that are the strictest when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Kelly, I know what you're saying. It amazes me, though, that sometimes some people can get accents right because it amazes me. You see a number of Americans who go back and watch something like Blackadder and go, "How the hell Hugh Laurie's English?" Because his accent in House apparently was that good.
I
fooled
have an
Americans.
even greater one, and it's a Steven Spielberg World War II one, Damien Lewis.
Yes, Damien Lewis. Well, not only
Yeah,
that,
they literally did not want to hire him because they thought he sounded too British, and literally just picked up a chewing gum and then just went, "I'm not British, I'm American."
we did the same thing. Ian, what was that one he was in about the was it Homeland? The soldier
Oh,
where he was a soldier.
I have not watched all of Homeland, but I loved
I've seen
into
bits
it.
of it, yeah. But again, same thing again. You wouldn't, I mean, obviously, as a Brit, I'm not, I can't necessarily tell how good an American accent is, but it certainly sounded fantastic to me. And
Right.
No, but as
yeah,
a British person, and I'm saying that you are a proper British person, I just stole my Britishness.
Right.
You have Hugh Laurie, you have Stephen Fry,
yeah.
even Rowan Atkinson playing
What?
Mr. Bean goes spot on, proper American dialect and everything.
But
And just go, you just go, it's like, what the heck just happened?
I'll turn it the other way around. It goes the other way as well, though. Buffy. I had absolutely no idea that James Masters was not English until I heard him speak.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Even he makes
Yep.
jokes about it to this day. And I can tell you a thing from my theater background that blew my mind because I thought I was just putting something on that was a Hollywood version of a Hollywood version of an accent. And I was doing this kind of slightly German French accent, kind of Perot kind of accent for a French investigator. And this couple walked up to me after the show while we were shaking hands with everybody exiting the theater. And they started speaking to me in French, thinking I was from France. And I was like, I'm sorry, I don't. And I spoke to them just clean American the way I speak now. And they were blushing. They were so embarrassed. They were like, "We thought you were from France. We had no idea that your accent was a put on. You were so good. Your accent was perfect. We were so impressed." And it was so there's that too. That I don't know. I did this conglomeration of Perot episodes and Inspector Clouseau, and I just went for it. With confidence behind it, and that was it.
But I take it as a badge of honor these days. I've been in UK for more than half of my life, and most of the time people do pick up I still have an accent, but it is not that pronounced. And they go, okay, maybe some other English speaking country or something.
I
But
think
I take it as a badge of honor
Mm.
when people don't ask the question.
I think there is a difference. I think between. I mean, when we're talking about James Masters, Dominic Lewis, etc., Damien Lewis, etc. We're talking about people who speak that language, their language, but they're able to put the same language in the accent. You get someone like, for example, I don't know if you know Arch Warhammer. I had no idea he was Norwegian for months until he actually turned and said it. His English, his accent is that clear and that good, presumably because that's how he learnt it as a second language at school. You're also, Jim, presumably you learned it as a second language because of the way you learn it. You learn that accent and you can't necessarily tell. It's the language is clear enough to make people think that you're a native speaker.
Yep.
Sorry, my mute button has come off, but I agree with that because I have in my vocabulary a lot of things that you don't get in school or even through like global company training and meetings and everything. And it's like brum, bro, bruv, governor. You don't get them unless you live in the country.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I can't speak Mexican Spanish, but I can listen to the conversation, and because of 20 years in the construction industry in Los Angeles, I can understand a lot of what's going on just because I know enough Latin and a handful of Romantic derivations of that language that I can piece what they're saying together because they're all roughly associated to the European origins of the language.
Yeah.
So, and then you get to pronunciation because of the tempo that these guys use. So I would speak a broken half American Latino to the guys on the construction site, and they would do it back at me. And it was, we would get along, but there's a way to kind of, you pick a lot of things up, a lot of colloquialisms that, you would never learn in school, like, some of the curse words and some of the exclamations that the guys would say when they stubbed their toe and, all that stuff. You could only learn that in action, in the battlefield, so to speak.
I did Latin because I went to grammar school. I had to do Latin for 2 years. I actually took it to O level and failed it, but I'm picking up languages now through the reenactment. I pick up some language, some Latin, medieval, though the slightly, because that was a relatively dead language. It had changed a bit by the time you get to medieval period because it's been kept alive within the church. So it was. It was sort of I suppose you might say, I think it wasn't a dead language. It was maybe a zombie language might be a way to put it, in as much as it was kept alive, but
it was kept alive as a traditional language.
Yeah, nobody spoke it as a first language, but it was an international language, and indeed still was. I mean, it still was. I mean, one of the reasons I think that the Catholic Church, until very recently, did mass at least everywhere in the world in Latin was because wherever you went, if you moved from country A, if you moved somewhere that was an English speaking country to say Spain or France or anywhere else, you could still understand the mass. But there's a reverse side as well, which is odd. Is someone also Matthew mentioned? Sorry, you mentioned Arnie.
Yes.
When they wanted to release the Terminator into German, Arnie quite sensibly terms as German's my national language. German is my native tongue. Cheers, like Roman, enjoy your meal. Arnie turns out quite naturally, quite right. This is German's my national tongue. There is no Austrian language. Austrians speak German. End of story. It's the same language. So, obviously I'm fluent in German. It's my native language. The problem was apparently that to the German ear, the Austrian accent, Österreicher, rather than Deutsch, Österreicher, the sounds, the we was put was sounds like a Dorset, sounds like a Dorset, a Yokery language accent. So if anybody's ever heard Darth Vader actually speak, like Dave Prowse actually speak, that's a very broad Dorset accent, and it sounds. There's something about the accent which sounds low level, and which for some reason comes across as a bit uneducated and a bit silly, a bit humorous. So therefore, they actually had to have someone who was a Hochdeutsch German speaker, rather than an Austrian German speaker. Otherwise, it would have come across as weird. In Austria, it's weird the way accents can work. They can work in reverse. Is that just because you speak a language?
Yeah, well, it's hysterical because you watch a lot of foreign films or a lot of films where an American is depicted, and for some reason, America is always depicted as a country boy talking with a Texas or a Southern accent, and that is the way you do American. You do American with a big Texas hat on and some cowboy boots, and it's like, it's not true. It's just not true. 80% of the country does not talk like that.
Yeah.
But Hollywood says yes, they do, or at least the international Hollywoods. Certainly in Japan, a Southern accent is a Southern accent, and it's like that's the way you talk when you talk American. So it's kind of funny. It is kind of funny.
It's weird. I mean,
that's why the guy in Saving Private Ryan literally has Brooklyn, USA written on the back of his jacket, because in the 40s, Brooklyn considered itself, like the way Ireland does, like the way Scotland does, as a separate country almost.
Well, there are some pronounced accents I know that do come across a lot easier to recognise if you hear them a lot. I mean, the Brooklyn accent the New accent. There's a few things about what's his name, Carl Sagan, the Boston New England accent, where he tends to drop vowels here and then that were quite pronounced. But unless you're familiar with them, I suppose it's like the fact that according to Hollywood, all frogs sound the same.
Right.
Well, the reason for that, there's a logical reason for that.
I'm still laughing at the idea that you just openly used the word frog without any hesitation. It cracks me up. That'd be like me calling everybody in the South Hicks.
I'm actually not talking about archery targets here. I mean literal frogs. The reason for that is that when they made early Disney movies, I think it was partly responsible for that, they wanted frog sounds. So they went outside into the country and they recorded frogs, which went ribbit, 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 ribbit. So that's what they put in. But that's all they ever seem to use in any film that's got frogs. They go to standard sound banks, and unfortunately, most, certainly too easily. Yeah, exactly. I didn't even make that connection until Stephen laughed.
Oh my God, that's right. Because you're not even talking about what I said.
I wasn't talking about the French. I was literally talking about frogs. Literally, because what they did was they took, and most of the recordings in the sound banks were from Florida, that area.
Right, like the Wilhelm scream. The Wilhelm scream is also like a typical thing that we get all the time. I know exactly what you're talking about. I bet you if you go through all the Hammer films, every lightning strike sounds identical.
Yeah, exactly. It's because they get sound, because they get a sound bank. It sounds from the sound bank, And especially when it took money, you had to actually. Well, I don't know. All the laugh frogs are a little bit riveting at times. Like I said, not the sort that I actually shoot with arrows most of the time. But yeah, and I mean, you think about it. Back in the 1930s, what 20s, 30s, when Hollywood was really starting up, in the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted to actually get a recording, you had to go out and get it. You couldn't get on the internet and get someone in Australia to go out and record an Australian frog,
Right.
an Australian toad. Let's say that so we'd avoid the confusion here. An Australian toad,
Right.
and send it over to you. The only toad you could get hold of were the local ones. So it's the same for all sorts of things.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I find it. I when I listen to like a background commentary track or even a behind the scenes documentary on the sound department, I'm always impressed when I hear them say things like, "We went out and made our own bank of recordings for everything."
Yeah.
Arrow, specifically Lord of the Rings. Those guys, they took the actual props that were being made and use them in a sound chamber to record the way the sounds of those hero weapons would actually sound in the actual armor that they were using on set. So it was almost like they were recording armor sounds from the day of filming. I mean, that's how genuine the sounds actually were. And I always admire guys for doing that because it makes it totally unique. There's a film called The Way of the Gun that they actually presented, and you could tell it from the film. Every single gun sound is actually the original caliber fired by the weapon shown on screen, and each one of those guns sound totally different, even though they're all shooting 9mm.
Yeah.
So you can hear it in the soundtrack. It's actually quite remarkable. It changes the whole tone of the movie.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, nowadays you've got synthesizers which make sounds, and also said, it's very easy to get sounds recorded from around the world. So
yeah, or to steal them from previously recorded moments. I mean, there's a ton of YouTubers out there just firing down range, and you could just cap all of that information. Take it from there.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
But this goes right back to what the trailer for Avatar. The way the industry is practicing all of these things currently is under tremendous financial constraint as well as tremendous temporal restraint. They are pushing these people to the limit. These people are underpaid, underslept, underfed, under healthcared. Okay, they are not performing at peak, and they're not even top flight people in their own industry. These are the monkeys that they pulled out of the ranks because they were willing to participate in the current narrative. So you're not even getting genuine artists at this point. Right? You'd never get the same caliber that you got 15, 20 years ago because they're not even going out for the job. They're doing their own thing, separately, independent.
But the rule always remains true. True. It is garbage in, garbage out.
That's
Gotta
right.
go.
It's so true. It's so true.
If you don't have the best people working at the input, you will not get the best at the output. That is how
we
simple
never
it
would
is.
have gotten to the moon with current hiring practices being used today.
Good God,
we never
no.
would have gotten to the moon. Those people were all
Exactly.
artists. They weren't just engineers. They were artists. They were magicians, even.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. I mean, you've seen.
They were N-words.
You lot seen the picture of the lady that did the handwritten calculations just to get the shuttle to the moon, not the landing, just how to get it there. And she stacked the amount of papers that she had to write, and it's taller than she is. Okay, she's a tiny lady, was a
That's
tiny
still a
lady.
lot of paper, man, and that's a lot of pencils
It
too.
is- It's a
Yeah,
lot
I've
of
seen
paper,
Hidden
there's
Figures.
a lot of pencils.
Yeah, and as they say in Dr. E.E. Smith, lubricate your slipsticks, gentlemen. We're going to be at this all night.
Yes, but yes, I've seen Hidden Figures, and it is an absolutely amazing film. It is an inspiring story, and in the days before Total Wokeness came in, I think it was a story that actually should have been told, needed to be told, and it was a very good, it was very true, very good story. And you look at it there, because you
But
look at
we
the end
all
and you
know
see what the
the
three ladies did.
wokeness is just absolute nonsense, because we
Well, yes.
have had Nichelle Nichols for the last 70 years or whatever it is.
Yep.
Not only is she a first woman on the bridge on a major franchise, she's part of the deciding crew.
Yeah,
She's also happening to be a woman. She also happens to be black. She's accredited with the first interracial kiss, but apparently that happened in some other show just a couple of weeks before. But
Yeah,
and they made a big, they made a big
also
fuss of it.
I would point you historically to the McCarthy hearings as well, because one of the people
Yeah.
that they brought up on charges was a middle-aged or an upper middle-aged woman who was working in the CIA code room, and she was full-blood African-American woman working in the code room during the 50s, during the late 40s, early 50s.
but
We were
don't
already
you know
breaking
that
these
that
things.
there's not been a black woman ever, not in existence before 2016?
History denies all of that. It's so hysterical. It's
But you can't. You see, the problem is Nichelle Nichols is a really bad example, because she was inspired by Martin Luther King, and we all know that Martin Luther King's concepts and ideas of how to treat people were utterly out of date, and thoroughly wrong about teaching people for their character. Yeah, I mean, we all know.
I can't believe
it's
the first
hysterical
time I
that she
actually
wasn't going
heard
to take that
It's
role.
like, how the hell do you go from having someone literally be recognized as the head of civil rights liberty movement
Mhm.
in
know.
the entire history of the planet Earth?
Yep.
And then go, it's like, sorry, this whole thing, I don't want you to judge my sons by the color of the skins, but I would like you to judge them by the content of the character. That's completely wrong. I'm not just going, it's like,
Yeah,
what
because
now?
because the people that are doing it these days are have been brought up through a university system which is designed to inculcate them with the inability to think critically at all, and with the total inability to the point that they can't even realize that they are actually going back and asking for segregation just from the other side. They don't actually understand that they're being thoroughly racist, because, as Kelly said earlier on, it's the only people that the people who are most hurt by this tend to be the people that they're trying to they're trying to help. I mean, they may honestly believe they're trying to do it.
Well,
But the people that are doing this nonsense, and you're highlighting it correctly, Colin, it is, they need these people to remain the victims,
Yes,
regardless of the fact that they have taken their own destiny in hand
mhm.
and made themselves into icons of history.
Right.
which is why they're trying
What's
to rewrite history.
Rose from the back of the bus thing?
Oh, Smeg.
Yeah,
Rosa
I've got an
Parks.
interesting point to make about that, by the way. The back of the bus in the metro system in Los Angeles is filled with the children's children of the same people that fought to get them out of the back of the bus in the first place.
But
Well,
we all know.
you see, I've always laughed at that because if you were one of the cool kids when I grew up in the when I actually was able to be adult enough so that parents trust me and everything in the late 80s, early 90s, riding in the back of the bus, you were the cool kids.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
it's
on the front and
ironic.
the back, most seats. Yeah.
Hey,
But we all know that the only reason Rosa Parks actually had to move is because some screeching, lecturing, scrunchy faced white woman got in the way.
it's true. It's all true,
Karen.
man.
Yeah, some screeching like Karen
Well,
with a
before we
couple of
slip too far off the rails here, kids, good grief, we're really slipping into some dangerous territory, and PJ is not even in the chat anymore to yell at us. So let me do a little do a little palate cleanser, if I may present my pick of the week.
Good Lord, I've got yep.
Wow, we start pick of the week about 2 hours ago. So okay, Stephen,
All
bring
righty,
it on.
let me do this, and if you can give me full screen.
I'm gonna try. Let's see. How do I give you full screen?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Well, that might be close enough. I think that's close enough. So what I have here is the USA Today reprint of the October 22nd of 2015 newspaper that was presented in Back to the Future 2.
Nice.
This is the actual printing that they sent out. USA Today did a special printing, but I wanted to highlight some of these things in the thing here. Whoop. There we go. Fantastic. That's fantastic. If you look on here, Swiss terrorist attack, right? Man killed by falling litter from flying traffic, right? Some of these headlines are absolutely fantastic. There's a review, Jaws without bite. It's a review of the Jaws 18 movie, right? I mean, how about this one? Cholesterol may be cancer cure. Okay, how about this one on the other side, which is something you don't see in the movie? Check this one out. Remake of A Match Made in Space.
Do we have a date stamp on that one?
This paper was from October 22nd, 2015. But this is a printing of the alternate universe.
Yeah. But do we have a timestamp on the actual article piece? Or is it just an author and a subtitle? So just under Hollywood. Michael Kless in USA Today. Yeah, okay. So no timestamp, but no. I do love the fact that they do have a book coverage of George McFly's attempt of being an author.
How about Public More Gullible Than Ever? And this is another one of my favorites too. What is this? What am I even looking at here? Ships attacked by whales since 1979? I mean, some of these.
Was it 1979 when Jaws came out?
Yes, exactly. How about this one here? Hoverboards will be thinner and lighter in the near future. This is
That's 2016. Yeah. I'm still wanting my hoverboard.
It's absolutely fantastic. Some of the stuff. Vietnam surfing champions begin today.
Well, you just see, back to the hoverboards. I'm a kid of the mid 80s, early 90s, and we had the skateboards with like the tarmac, whatever you put on your roof tiling thing, that was the cover. So you stuck to the top of the board, but you didn't have springs or anything. It was literally just like a wood plank and 4 wheels. That was it.
Hey, I grew up with the program called Tomorrow's World. I still want my flying cars. They're my flying hoverboards.
Well, we may
Now I
eventually
want the
get those.
flying hoverboards before I want the flying cars. Although, if you can give me a flying DeLorean today, I will buy it.
This is another one of my favorites. 3D billboards, free speech or traffic hazard. So this is one of my absolute gems.
Ominous. That's oddly ominous considering what's happening with the Twitter and Musk and.
I'm telling you, man, there's some prophecies written in this damn thing. It's hysterical to actually watch. Tokyo stock market up, right? I mean,
you know, looking at how many things the past few years ago, true. I'm almost coming to the idea that maybe we shouldn't let these people study history. They're learning too many of the wrong lessons.
Here's another one.
Too many bad ideas.
Activists mobilized to
I have
ban
to disagree.
alphabet
If you
soup.
do not learn history, you are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah, the problem is they're learning too many things that they think are right. We should actually stop them learning history. Any history after 1950, 1960, the left shouldn't be allowed.
How about that one too?
I think that is a miscalculation of how you teach them. But I did see some cool stuff there. So, Stephen, get back to the sideline because I think there was some subtitles that were quite amusing there.
Yeah, the women, the one where it's activists mobilized to ban alphabet soup. Is that like a press clip line you could actually
yes,
see as a
please.
headline today?
Oh, yeah, yeah, I know an alphabet soup I'd like to ban.
Hey, Cafe 80s
it's
closes in
Steve-
Moscow
Steve-
branch. Because the USSR doesn't like the reference to the 80s.
Stephen, you should get this stuff immediately into an airtight case to have in your background or something like a wall display or whatever it is.
Oh, it's going
Because-
right back in its bag. It only came out of the bag for this showing. It's been in a bag since the day I purchased it. And I purchased it off the newsstand at the anniversary, the actual date of the anniversary on 2015. My nieces went bonkers when they saw this thing because they knew the movie. They were raised on it.
Yeah, but this should definitely be preserved for the future. This is worthwhile protecting for the future.
What is this? Parole denied again for Joseph Joey Baines. I don't know. I'm not even sure. I'm not sure who that is.
I don't recall the name from that either, but it might have been just like a side character or like a random backdrop. But even if it is, it would add more volume to Back to the Future because someone was just standing in the background with a life preserver and a baseball cap. Suddenly, now that they have a character, they have something for the future.
It's hysterical.
The really, really, really sad thing about so many of these things, I can see most of them actually being people complaining about this. You know, this sort of thing is the reason why McDonald's has to put warning cautions hot on coffee cups.
Right? Yep. Public more gullible than ever.
Yes. Well, we'll see. We'll see in a week's time.
Absolutely fantastic. That one about, I mean, I was just reading it over as we were, chatting and stuff like that. That one about alphabet soup, I can't believe how relevant that actually is today. And that's the kind of headlines we would actually see 10 years ago from the Onion or from the Babylon Bee. And now they're actually headlines where people are having issues with, it's kind of like the French fries versus freedom fries thing that we had in 2002. absolutely brilliant. It really is hysterical that
We-
they and that's a film from the 80s.
Yeah.
That's how forward thinking these
Well,
people were.
Well, I said that someone was in someone's stream. I was saying that someone was quoting something that some stupid headline that the Guardian had put up, and I said, yeah, the Guardian is actually trying to make itself proof from parody by being beyond parody itself. You know,
Yep.
I'm surprised someone like the Babylon Beast still managed to exist, because real life is, because people they're targeting are actually beyond parody. You know, they seem to be saying, okay, well, what's the worst thing people can parody this for? Right, we'll go one step beyond that.
Yeah, and you know what? I wouldn't doubt. You know, if we were to look at this as a psyop, that would actually be something you would want to do. If you were to make the parodies almost impossible to make because the world is so parodied already, then you can eliminate that competition. You could eliminate that voice by making it sound less ridiculous than what's actually going on.
Yeah. Crazy.
You know, it's word policing. It really is. It's word policing.
Yeah. There were some funny things you said about that, Kelly, about Twitter. Some great memes going on about people were deliberately putting in, presumably. I mean, I haven't done programming in a long time. Presumably, the sort of code that things like Twitter use, algorithms use, that if Twitter status equals coder hired, if not fired, and this sort of thing. I said, my version was if pronoun status in bio, fired.
Yeah. The internet is a fantastic thing that's going on right now. I mean, we really are seeing what's been going on in pubs and cafes since the beginning of time, but it's now international press, and there's no press involved. If you can suffer the cost of a cell phone and an internet account, then you can press. I mean, this would make Gutenberg not only blush, but probably tear every last hair out of his head, because what's going on now is there's that quote from the movie The Watchmen where, where Night Owl is just like, whatever happened to freedom? Whatever happened to liberty? And he's like, what are you talking about, man? You're looking at it. This is what freedom looks like. It's almost chaos. It's right on the edge of pure anarchism, whatever it is, anarchy and chaos. It's right on the edge, because there are how many billions of individuals speaking at once? You know, and if half of them are misinformed, then that only makes it all worse. I mean, there are people quite literally arguing about things online right now, and neither party is properly informed. You know, it's like reading a Victorian adventure novel. You know, and they're describing dinosaurs, but they've never been to a museum and actually seen a dinosaur bone in their lives. But they're writing this whole story about dinosaurs, and they're basing it on something they read that's 50 years out of date.
Well, it's not about 50 years out of date. It's just that just like Colin here, I do watch a lot of the podcast of the Lotus Eaters or
Quick
Sargon of
checking in
Akkad.
private, Jim.
Yeah, I'm checking. It's still.
I can do it, but I'm just answering a question.
I don't think I have the direct contact for that one.
Well, I can put it in chat.
If you have the direct contact, just put it that for them. Yeah.
See if that works.
I'll add them to this to it if they have it. But I think it is that people fell asleep during just basic education because it is boring. I will give that. It is really boring learning about history, previous past actions, the whole thing. It's so boring you fall asleep because you're 12 years old. It's like, why the fuck do I care what the Romans did 2,000 years ago?
Wow.
But it still has an impact to this date. And
Yeah, I mean,
it
if you
is,
just talk, if you just talk recipes alone, you know, how many recipes have been unchanged since their inception, since the first time they were ever printed in a book or written down by a mom or a grandmom? You know, those recipes have not changed at all. Does that mean that those
Uh-huh.
recipes are irrelevant because they're 500 years old? No. We still make
No,
apple pie the way we've been always making apple pie.
exactly. And it is that whole thing. It's, I believe it's been mentioned by a lot of streamers recently. It's tradition is a solution to a problem that we have forgot how to solve.
Right, right. Which is why Benjamin Franklin insisted on a patent office, was for that
Yeah.
very reason, because patents, ideas in America could not be lost, he said. He said they must not be lost ever.
We have a new panel member. Yay.
Hey,
Hello.
Kelly.
Welcome,
Hello.
Kelly.
Talking about Benjamin Franklin reminds me, apparently, if Benjamin Franklin had his way, we would still be British subjects, but more like Canada.
Oh, I'm very happy that you are not, because I see the way Canada is going these days, and I'm just going.
Well,
like,
that's because they've
it-
got Justine Castro.
Exactly.
castrate. You mean?
Well, that too. That too.
Nice.
Justine Blackface. No, sorry. Justine Visage de Noir.
Oh man.
Visage de Noir. Yes.
Yeah.
Ah,
And that's another point about Benjamin Franklin. And to this day, it still kind of ticks me off. It ticks me off enough that I am a collector of $2 bills,
oh really?
because I find it deeply insulting that Benjamin Franklin, the first entrepreneur, Benjamin Franklin, the first double and or triple agent for the United States, Benjamin Franklin is on the $100 bill. But the man who wrote the Bill of Rights and the Constitution of our country,
That was
Thomas
Madison.
Jefferson, is on a $2 bill.
Madison wrote the Constitution, not
Oh,
Jefferson.
Okay. Jefferson
wrote the
his
Declaration.
library
Madison
became
was
the
the father
Library
of
of
the
Congress.
Constitution.
Right.
There
Well-
speaks the librarian.
Thank you. There was an episode of Bewitched where George Washington asked why he's only on the $1 bill and Abraham Lincoln was on the 5. And Samantha said to him, there's more $1 bills in circulation than $5 bills.
I remember
And
those. I
there's
vaguely
very
remember
few
those.
$2 bills in circulation. I haven't seen one in years.
Yeah.
So
I think I
see
have
your
about a
point.
half dozen of them in my collection.
Yeah, I know they're very, very difficult to find. Thank you guys for letting me join. It was getting to the point where I've had almost a whole bottle of wine, and typing is getting more and more difficult.
Hey.
You're always welcome on the panel.
Thank you. Well, it's almost 7:30 here in Florida, in my part of Florida. We have part of Florida who are in the central time zone, so it's only 6:24 for them.
That's
Oh,
bizarre.
I didn't know there was split. Well, I
Yeah.
suppose yeah.
That's the reason there was so much going on back in the 2000 election, because they announced the winner of Florida before the panhandle closed.
Right.
Because
Oh,
they're an hour behind us. I'm in the Tampa area, and people in the Panhandle were still voting.
This whole thing is quite weird on the ground. We don't have this problem with people.
Oh, I
moving
know.
time
You're only
zones.
one time zone.
Well,
But-
here in
but
the
wait a
UK,
minute.
we have
Question about
a
Europe,
lot of
though.
much of a weirder system. It's first
But how
past
did
the
it work with
post.
European elections?
Yeah,
I'm
Because
not-
you're in a different time zone than the rest of Europe.
They do what the EU tells them to.
Oh, well, good point. Good point.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I think I've got a feeling South Africa is 1 hour behind us.
You're 1 hour behind the rest of Europe, Western
Oh,
Europe. I mean, you're behind Germany and France and
Right. Yeah, I can never remember which way it goes. I must admit.
yeah, you're an hour behind them because you're further west.
No, they're no. We're on the correct time. We're always on the correct time because
of
we
course.
invented time
Greenwich
zones.
Mean.
Exactly, we invented time zones. Sorry.
basically, we invented the time zone, so we're the ones to blame.
Well, believe it or not, Benjamin Franklin not invented. He's the one who came up with the idea of daylight savings.
Oh, right, was he? Ah.
Yes.
Yes, and it was an entrepreneurial decision because they would save money on candles.
Benjamin Franklin was a fascinating man.
He was.
He was what? I'm trying to think. I'm reasonably certain. Franklin is the one that was associated with lightning rods and
Yes,
and so on.
Yes.
he was a delegate to the or rather the not the Constitutional Convention. He was a delegate in the convention that signed the Declaration in 1776 from Pennsylvania. He was a brilliant man, a true Renaissance man.
Mm-hmm.
He was an inventor. He was a scholar. He was a diplomat.
I'm pretty sure
very humble beginnings in Massachusetts as a printer,
Right.
and then moved to Philadelphia.
I'm pretty sure he also visited the 1960s with Samantha Stevens.
If you guys ever get a chance, especially the guys in the UK, you need to somehow get a copy of the movie 1776. It's a musical, so there's a lot of singing and dancing, but it's actually pretty historically accurate. Even though it's from the 70s, it's actually still pretty historically accurate.
You say the music and dancing as if it would be a bad thing for me and PJ, Colin.
Well, it's not exactly Bollywood. The stuff actually does work. But Stephen Ransom will agree with this. He's from New York too, and there's a fabulous line in this movie where the delegate from New York keeps saying New York abstains courteously, and John Hancock finally just loses it and slams his hand on the desk and says to Lewis Morris, "What the hell goes on in New York?" And Lewis Morris says to him, and I'm not joking, he says, "Have you ever been to a meeting of the New York legislature? They talk very loud and very fast, and nobody ever listens to what anybody else is saying.
Right, because they're too busy trying to figure out what
nothing ever gets done."
Right.
And as Stephen will tell you, both of us being from New York, nothing has changed in the intervening 250 years.
Yes, I would take a guess that it was 1976 it came out.
No, it actually was a Broadway show in the late 60s.
Oh, right. I was thinking it might have come out for the 200s.
It was a Broadway show in the late 60s, and the movie came out, I think, 72.
Oh, right.
I just bought the Blu-ray a couple of months ago. It's fabulous.
And there I was trying to show I could work out that I could do the maths.
Yeah, it's really, really a good movie. A terrific cast. Blythe Danner, who's Gwyneth Paltrow's mom. She plays Martha Jefferson. William Daniels, who was in St. Elsewhere, he plays John Adams. It's so good. And I have a 6 degrees of separation with somebody who was in it because I went to the same college as the wife of the man who plays Roger Sherman from Connecticut.
Wow.
And I've been to I was in his apartment in New York, and he was a lovely man. He died, unfortunately, a few years ago, but he was lovely. That's, I know, British of me to say lovely. But,
And being an Italian from New York, I have 6 degrees of separation with the actual events of the Lufthansa heist in
Really?
Goodfellas.
wow.
I mean,
Did
one of
you-
my uncles from Staten Island was very closely associated to some of those guys.
Did you ever see, oh God, what's the name of that movie? One with Michelle Pfeiffer, Married to the Mob.
Okay, yeah, Alec
Do
Baldwin.
you
yeah,
remember
good.
the scene where she's on the train, or rather the guy's on the train and he gets killed in the tunnel?
No, I don't remember it right off the top of my
Okay,
head, though.
if you get a chance, that scene was filmed at the Cedarhurst train station in the Five Towns.
Nice. Well,
And I grew
I
up in
have
Europe.
Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. That's the Long Island Railroad scenes. It just
Yeah.
still bring
Well,
me
that's what
back
this
every
is too.
single time. I'm
'Cause
like,
I
they're
grew
on
up
the
in Europe.
LRR. It's so
Yeah.
awesome.
I grew up in Hewlett.
I was born in Hempstead, the
Ooh.
township of Hempstead, and was kind of
Hewlett's in
raised
Hempstead.
in Merrick and
Yep.
then Lloyd Harbor in Huntington.
Ooh, Lloyd Harbor, excuse me.
Yeah, ooh la la. One of my neighbors was
Ooh.
Billy Joel. Ooh la la.
Fancy
Wow.
schmancy.
Now there's a New York accent.
Which is funny because neither of us have it.
No,
But-
just the fancy schmancy.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
that.
it's funny because I'm still, after 14 and change years of living in Florida, I'm still a New York Jets football fan.
Wow.
And every
well,
Sunday.
the accent may have changed, but
Oh, God, yes.
yeah,
Well, my mother's family's from Philadelphia. My father's family's from Michigan. So I never had the full New York accent, quote unquote. But when I hang out with fellow Jets fans on Sundays, it comes back. Because I'm surrounded by people who have a common, background.
If I might be cheeky, it's
Sure.
if I hang out, if I go up to north of England, to Scotland, I suddenly start bringing on a bit of a Scottish brogue, but I usually try to keep my English as clean and pure as I can. Well, I've been living on this isle for half my life plus.
Right.
But I still try to keep it clean. I don't want my English to be Londonish because, oh God, there is no London accent anymore.
No.
But if I go further down south, I say lore rather than law. I say sore rather than saw.
People do that here in the States too.
I wonder if that-
Exactly, but I don't mean to. It's just I slip into it so damn easily.
Jim,
I've lived in
it's
Florida.
not just you.
I've
It's
lived in Florida for 14 years, and I'll say y'all.
yeah.
It's a great word, by the way. It's a great
When
word.
I was living in Atlanta, Georgia, I had a job working at a drive-through at Arby's, and
Oh, God.
speaking the way I'm speaking right now, very clean, almost theatrical English, right? Pronunciation and all of my consonants and vowels being properly celebrated in the language, right? I'm speaking just the way I'm speaking now in the drive-through, and somebody, at least 2 or 3 people a day, would say to me, "I don't understand what you were saying. Can I repeat my order to make sure you got it correctly?" So what I did was I shifted to a Georgian accent and never had any problems after the fact. And the same thing happens to me when I listen to British voice actors doing audiobooks. And because of the language in a lot of the older British novels, I will start picking it up. And when I start writing, I will be writing in the same tempo. The way I assemble a sentence will change based on
It's
what
fun.
audiobooks I'm listening to.
It's funny you say that because I watch so much British TV that it's almost a shock to me to hear an American accent or a Canadian accent.
Hmm.
And I wasn't joking before when I said that US and Canadian accents are almost indistinguishable.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very slight difference. I mean, if you watch, Murdoch Mysteries, for example, you'll hear very slight Canadian accent. We can tell the difference. So I remember when I was watching the series Spooks, I could tell when they had a British person pretending to be an American, and then when they hired a Canadian actor, because the Canadian actors are spot on. The
Yeah.
British actors, I'll never forget this. They had an Irish actor, excuse me, not British, Irish, who was playing an American. And I knew immediately she wasn't American because she said military. Whereas here in North America, we say military.
Right.
Even Canadians, even though their accents are slightly different, they will say military.
Well, it's
Where in
like,
Britain, you all
Military.
say military. And this woman said something, something, something military, and immediately, bam, I looked at IMDb. Sure enough, she's a Brit.
That's right.
I've-
That's right.
I've-
Three
I remember-
fingers with a thumb as opposed to three fingers without the thumb. It's that
That
subtle.
too. Exactly. Exactly.
Well, I remember you saying that. I can't remember what it's from, but I'm reasonably certain it was James Franciscus, the actor, and he was and I can't remember what it was, but I think he was trying to be be a Brit, pretend he was British, and he said lieutenant instead of lieutenant.
Mhm.
You sound it just reminded me. I can't remember what the heck it was from, but exactly the same thing. Slight difference in pronunciation, and how
Right.
you actually pronounce the word.
Right.
And people sort of started looking at him, and I blew his cover. I can't remember the exact details, but it's weird what you can and can't tell. It really is.
Well, I mentioned before a book called Albion's Seed. It's a history. I mean, a lot of you all are geeky in terms of sci-fi and whatever. I'm geeky in terms of history. I mean, Colin, you and I have that in common.
Oh, just a wee bit.
Right, just a wee bit. And this book, Albion's Seed, is a history of British America.
Oh, right.
And he talks about how the Puritans were from mostly East Anglia and how a lot of the pronunciation survived from way back when. I'm not talking the way East Anglians might speak now,
Yeah.
but this is the way they spoke in the 17th century. And so people in Massachusetts and what is now called New England kept a lot of that accent. And they talked about the Quakers in Pennsylvania, and a lot of them came from Wales and Yorkshire. And down in Virginia, the Anglicans came from the slightly more southwest, and the Appalachian people from the borders in the Scotland, Northern England border. And it's just fascinating. And the author's name is David Hackett Fisher. And I highly recommend reading that book. The audio is fantastic because he goes into the differences in pronunciation of how things were pronounced in Britain in the 16th and 17th centuries versus how they're pronounced now. It's so good. Cannot recommend it highly enough.
Well, I remember having heard somewhere that modern metal, that American English still has something a lot in common with Elizabethan English.
Yes. Yeah, I
Some
had heard that the court
Appalachians,
transcripts were
Right.
actually the court transcripts from early pre-colonial America, that a lot of the language is closer to that some of the Southern accent is directly related to Elizabethan English.
Well, a lot of see, New York is different because New York English has a lot of German and Dutch in it.
Right.
Like, for example, we say street, which is so German and so Dutch. Like they'll say Strasse. We say street.
Well, used to be Dutch, didn't it? If I remember right, New York was originally New Amsterdam, wasn't it?
Correct.
And
Well, it is a little bit different. And I will say this as the noble tourist to both of these countries. So the street, what the New Yorkan would consider a street, I would just go and start, this is a fucking promenade. And having been to places like Germany and Netherlands and everything, when they say street, they do mean wide opening, tons of stuff can get through. It's
well, no,
a
understood.
promenade.
It's just that we say that
it is-
word. We will say that word as street.
Yeah.
That's how we pronounce it in New York is street.
You put the H in there slightly.
STHR. Yeah, we'll say street. I mean, to this day, I'll find myself saying that. And I've been here for 14 and change years. Even though, as I said, my mother's family's from Philadelphia, my father's family's from Michigan, so I never really picked up the quintessential New York accent. There's just like a way of speaking. We talk really fast. As I told you what Louis Morris said, we talk really fast, we talk really loud. We are a loud people.
Yeah. Yep.
I found the loudness part that belongs to the English speaking countries completely.
That's true. I think big cities in particular are loud peoples because you have to be heard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think there's a part of the culture that has quite literally displaced how loud you need to speak because of the amount of people. And there's something about these melting pots that creates an entirely different thing because they're quite literally, I mean, where JFK Airport is and LaGuardia Airport is,
Yes.
they were both seaports
I know.
before that. And so they see a lot of international traffic, and that effect that you were talking about, Jim, imagine that happening generationally, where they hear a dozen different accents in a day.
I grew up 5 miles from Kennedy.
I absolutely agree. I come across this even to this day because I work for a global company, and I'm not sure if I do it, but I can definitely hear it on the daily stand-up calls where it's someone from some other part of the country. Doesn't have to necessarily be English speaking. They just, I am speaking. Do you not hear me?
It's that slow candor that they put on. I have the same thing when I was in construction. I would have to slow down and speak very clearly so that they had a chance to process what I was even talking about. Because I've been on construction sites where there was 2 different dialects of Latino, and you could tell that there were different dialects because the guys would give themselves the side eye at each other because they knew that those weren't real Mexicans. They were from Guatemala, and they would announce it on the job site. So there was that kind of rivalry going on, and these guys are all in America. I'm like, I'm from New York, and my Italian brethren would laugh at you because we chose to speak English because we were in America now. So it's like this whole bizarre landscape of languages here in LA.
Well,
I mean, I
it's
live in Koreatown, and they all speak fluent Korean openly all the time. They refuse to speak English, some of the old dudes.
But
it's
it is a unique concept. Sorry to talk over you, Kellen.
no, not a problem.
It is kind of unique concept because I consider myself one of the fortunate ones. I've been around the globe a little bit and done work with people. We had no language between us that we could speak, but because I did things like voluntary officers training as a youth, not as an adult, as a youth. We did the whole thing, all those like hand signals and everything you see in silly TV shows today.
Hmm.
They mean nothing, but the hand signals do mean something.
Well,
And
Americans do talk with our hands.
Yes.
We get that from the Italians and the
exactly.
Jews.
But part of communication is visual, and especially if you do not have a common language together.
Well, I find that fascinating because back when we were all supposed to wear masks.
Hmm.
Now, thank God I live in the free state of Florida.
I do like the
Where-
way you say supposed to wear.
Right. I live in the free state of
I'm gonna one up you on that one, Kellinge.
Yes.
It's yeah, I live here in UK, lockdown, full mask and everything, and I just told them go F yourselves.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Well, in the free state of Florida, there was never a mandate. It all depended on the individual business. And I've worn, let's see, I'm 63 years old and I've worn glasses since I was 5. So do the math. And anybody who's worn
So
glasses.
you're telling us you're in the mid-40s?
Yeah, right. Thank you. Anybody who has worn glasses for most of their life will tell you how visual communication is. So, I mean, I can't hear somebody if I don't have my glasses on. And all that time with people wearing masks, you can't hear what's happening.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
give you one up on that one.
Sure.
It is probably a little bit TMI, but I'm in the same situation. I've had glasses since I was about 5 years, 2 years old, whatever it
Yeah,
was.
same here. 5 years old.
Yeah, but I also had another disability. I'm half deaf.
Ooh.
So not only do I need the glasses to be able to see people talking, I need them to supplement the fact that I can't always hear what people are talking about.
Oh God, so masks were really bad.
Yeah, one of the things that would
Absolutely.
literally bring tears to my eyes during the lockdown time period, I'm like, I understand. I've heard all the documentaries. I've even read some of the nonfiction on the subject of child development and facial recognition,
Oh,
and
we've
that
got a generation.
there
of
was a
children.
whole generation of children out there that never got that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Oh, absolutely. We've got a generation
yeah.
of children growing up who can't understand facial expressions because they've never seen them.
Right. I mean, literally have never seen them.
Without question.
Because people wear masks at home.
And I will
Yeah.
go. It is something that I came across because, fortunately enough, I've gone through tons of cyber IT trainings and everything, and I've got trainings for stuff that I will never use this. But one of the things that I got taught by a police force, UK qualified police force, if we put it that way, it is facial expressions, okay, but pay attention to a person's eyes
Yeah.
and their mouth movement. So if they smile, but the eyes don't crinkle, they are disingenuous about it. They're
Some
faking a smile.
some things are a lot easier to control than others.
Yeah.
Exactly, but it is the genuine posture of it.
It's
You know,
like laughing.
there's the line in Beowulf, and I think I may have mentioned this on that panel. I don't know. That's interesting. Oh, I seem to have lost my avatar. But
Yeah,
there's a line in
see, you dropped literally 10 seconds after Kellinge dropped. So, Colin,
yeah that
Oh,
Stephen,
Kelly's-
if you can get your back on.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, she may still have the link, or at least the link is still in the chat. So
yeah, she just said
that's
you
not a
lost
thing.
it. Yeah, just click on it again, Kelly. It's
Yeah, that link should still be viable. The one in the
Yeah.
chat.
it's
It's-
oh pox. Except for the fact I deleted the damn thing.
oh, there you go. So there's
Yeah,
the bad
hold on.
language.
Sorry, hold on.
But there's a
hold
line
on.
in Beowulf in the Epic of Beowulf where
Well, should be
the
in your,
villain
in your
is
history, shouldn't
talking
it?
to him, and he quite literally says, he's like, "How did you know that?" And I'm like, and he says, "Two little birdies told me." And from my knowledge of the double-headed eagle symbol, that symbol is actually a representation of the human face, or the eyes as they attach through the body into the center of the human brain, and that the wings are actually the lobes of the gray matter of the human brain, and the tail is the spine. You could actually see in the language that he was watching his eyes. And when he mentioned a few things, the character flinched. And those were the birdies he was listening to.
Yeah, and that's exactly the thing I was talking about. Is we recognize these elements so easily. So it's like the eyes, but if the eyes are not smiling, but the mouth is smiling, you're trying to put on a persona that hey everything is all right, but your eyes did not smile. I'm pretty certain there is like 100,000 songs out there. Eyes are not smiling or whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, there's actually a fantastic documentary on, I think it's called The Secret Life of Dogs. And it quite literally gets into the idea that the canine, as we know it today, is continuously looking at our faces to see if we're genuinely angry, genuinely happy. I mean, there was a massive study done that the intellect of a dog is roughly equivalent to as much as a 2-year-old's understanding of human expression.
I've read that
And-
too. It's
But-
fascinating.
but
So even dogs were affected
if
by
you've
the
ever had a
masks.
dog and you're trying to give it a command and you're using your arm and pointing it to a specific space,
hmm
the dog doesn't understand it because it looks at your face and your eyes.
Right.
It doesn't look where your arm is pointing.
Dogs
It
look
is-
at everything.
They look at everything, but they don't understand what you mean if you have your index finger and you're pointing it at, say, the corner of a room.
Right. Yeah.
And
And
telling it to go
historically, you could say that it's a proof of genetic memory in the canine itself. That in a hunting situation, a hunter wouldn't point; it would look.
Yes.
Right. It would be staring at a target, and the dog would be looking to see if you've released the bow yet. right? I mean, that's where most dogs got their information from, was either from a battlefield or a hunting exercise or even an
Exactly.
exploratory event.
And this is the funniest thing of it. Poodles are the perfect hunting dogs for wilderness because they have such fluffy fur, they can swim, they can get into marshes, wetlands, the whole shebang. They're perfect.
Yep, that fur is almost a wool. It's almost
Yeah.
like a duck's back, that fur.
Exactly. But today people treat them like it's like, oh, hey, it's sugar cotton fluffy thingies.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's when you start quoting lines from Yoda, Judge me by my size, do you? Judge me by my fluffy collar?
Well,
Oh, no.
we have
You were
toy
saying
fox
something,
terrier.
Kelly, because I was interrupting you. I apologize.
We have toy fox terriers, and they're brilliant, lovely dogs. I've had a border collie who practically raised me. We had a English setter Labrador mix who was wonderful, and my mother, and by extension me, we are on our third toy fox terrier. They are a North American breed, and they're wonderful little dogs. And I never thought I'd love a little dog, but these dogs are fantastic. They're smart, they're funny, they love to watch television. They're just great little dogs, fantastic companions. And my mother's widowed and lives alone. And this dog, Mom is her person. And she just does not want to leave Mom's side. She's amazing. Really wants to take care of her.
I'll give a question here, and I think this is probably more appropriate for the American part of the panel.
We're 50-50 now.
Yeah, we're 50.
That's right.
Actually,
I
Steve
think
and I
I'm
are
outnumbered now,
between
being
a
the
well
only Brit.
watcher and
And we're both from
a
New
proper
York.
Viking, I think we can
That's
take
right.
him.
Well, yeah, this is great.
But
Well, you guys know where they came from. I had no idea where these guys came from.
What? New York?
America.
Even so, but
America doesn't exist.
Who knew?
His ancestors knew about America when I was alive. We didn't know about America because
hey, we
it was
discovered
Hey, I'm
America
older.
Yeah,
Am I older
before
than you, Colin?
anyone else did.
I lived in the 300 years, the 500 years between you guys finding it and Columbus buggering off.
So, Colin, am I older than you or younger than you?
You are a year older than me in real life. In character-wise, I'm
Okay.
600 years old.
Hey, wait a minute.
I died before Joe.
I'll
William
claim
the Conqueror,
seniority
just saying.
here because I'm Jim the Viking, and the last time
Yeah,
the Viking
exactly.
happened was in 973.
Well, I'm
When we
all
told
right,
the
all
English
right,
to
you
go
win,
F
because I'm a
themselves.
big fan of William the Conqueror. He was born in 1028.
Exactly, and I
you-
was 50 years before him.
Well, no,
All right, we're going to go around the bend here. I graduated high school in 1987.
I graduated high school in 1977.
Oh, okay. All right, then. You got me
Ouch.
beat.
I
got me
would,
beat.
I would say, Jim, the last Vikings, having been listening to Carl Benjamin and Bo talking about the entirety of British history from the Saxons onwards, and having just got up to the 4 parts on William the Conqueror.
I love the William the Conqueror.
If you don't listen to, if you're interested, the Lotus Eaters, Kelly, they do.
You sent me the website. I've started investigating.
Like I say, if you join as a premium member, the reason I joined as a premium member was because they have got, because Carl is, along with Carl Benjamin, is a massive history nerd, and I started on that to get him and a Bo called Bo, who's got a channel called History Bro. Is a historian as well, and they do lots and lots and lots of history things. And they've started doing epochs, and they sort of started with the early. They did bits all up and down, but they kind of started doing ones with the early Anglo-Saxons.
Okay.
And I moved up through those. And the last one I did was 4 parts on William the Conqueror.
Ooh.
And then 1 on the Doomsday Book.
Hmm.
So then going to move into William Rufus.
I just
etc.
watched a documentary on William Rufus.
Yeah. Yes.
One of the people I admire most in all of history is Eleanor of Aquitaine.
Oh, what my go-to, and anybody actually tells me that women have had no power and have been disenfranchised before 2016. I can think of a few ladies who would probably disagree with you.
Matilda of Flanders.
Yep. Matilda Flanders.
Eleanor of Aquitaine.
Eleanor of Aquitaine. Isabella of... Both Isabellas of
yes,
France.
both Isabella. Yeah, the one who's married to Edward II.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm sorry, children. I will break this up.
Well,
Because in Scandinavia, we had King Pantyless.
Yeah, you're
What?
King Pantyless was actually one of the first queens that were a king.
Huh?
You were the first people to have a black female Jarl, weren't you?
That's right.
No.
I know it says on Viking Valhalla.
Sorry, you should actually read history books, not watch
I'm not
Netflix.
watching it.
Okay, hold on
I
a second
didn't
here.
see
We've
that,
got a person named Pantyless, and she became a king.
What,
No.
show
She
that
didn't
had black
become a
queen
king.
as a Scandinavian
She
king.
was King Pantyless because she was a woman and thusly not wearing pants.
The Japanese would have a field day with this.
As in American
It
pants.
is
Yeah.
an
that anything
actual
like the
Swedish
sans-culottes in
queen
France?
that served as a king.
Is that anything like the sans-culottes in France during the Revolution?
I suspect it's more a case of
No.
she wore skirts rather than-
This was long before feminism even had an idea what the fuck to do with the
all
stuff.
I'd say to you, Jim, is rah Cleopatra.
Oh no! Now we're going down. What were they called?
A, that's horrible histories, but B, Cleopatra.
Rasputin.
No.
All
Well,
right,
yeah,
I have to say, I did watch the Doctor Who episode last.
I've got a horrible sneaking suspicion I'm going to have to actually watch that.
That song was stuck in my brain almost every day for the following week. Because the year I lived in France was 79-80, and Boney M was real big that year.
Yes.
And the Rah Rasputin, it was an earworm I can't get rid of.
Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness.
I'll do it for you. By the rivers of Babylon.
Yep.
There you go. That'll clear it out for
And
you.
gotta go home.
I remember being on holiday. I was a teenager at the time in Spain. I remember Brown Girl in the Ring and whatever that was the flip side to were top of the charts. And Brown Girl in the Ring got played in the disco so often, people cheered when they accidentally broke the record, but they got several more of them.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was not in England between 74 and 99. I was in France in 77 and 79-80. And Boney M was huge in 79-80. So Rah Rasputin, I just cannot get out of my head, and I'm just so ashamed.
Don't be ashamed. It's an amazing earworm because they had what three
Yes,
really top of the pop of
I
everything.
know. It's just that I love Doctor Who and I hate this current era. And
But they
having
were basically
Sasha
ABBA
Dewan
of the time.
dancing to Ra Ra Rasputin is killing me.
The reason I said that, and I genuinely was not thinking in the least bit of Rasputin, was that's a link to the YouTube, so you might want to do it when we're not online. But that's the Cleopatra song.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, about Cleopatra being, I'm sure that's the one they said, where she was actually a pharaoh, and she wore, some of the pharaohs, the women pharaohs wore false beards, and they counted as pharaohs rather than women
Oh,
pharaohs.
God.
Right.
So
Doesn't surprise me.
no,
Hang on. I know we're far into the chat, so YouTube shouldn't. And then again, we're talking something really old here, so I should be able to share it.
yeah. I mean, as I
It's
said, I
1 in the
mean,
morning for you all.
no, it's only
So-
midnight. We've
Oh,
gone
that's
back.
right. You're only 4 hours ahead until tomorrow.
Yeah,
That's
of
right.
course.
Because we haven't caught up with the correct time.
We will. We
Yeah,
will in
let-
3 hours and 54 minutes.
Thank God
For
it's
me-
all automated at this
Because
point.
I'm in
Yes.
the Eastern time zone.
Oh, I had
Here.
to change the time in the car, but everything else is changed automatically.
Well, it
Yeah.
cracks me up with all these people who are whining about changing times. And I'm like, fine, then you should never be allowed to leave your time zone ever again.
Right.
Yeah. What are you going to do if you go abroad? Yes.
I mean, back in the day when I had a job where I had to travel,
Uh-oh.
I was in New York and oh my God.
This is whole. If you've not seen Horrible Histories, you can stop calling yourself
Oh,
a
I've
Disney
seen
fan.
horrible histories.
The first,
I'm not sure if the audio is getting through there, but
I
But
heard
we
it.
heard it.
Paused. It's
right.
paused right now.
I'll let it play for like a
Ra
minute
Ra
or something.
Cleopatra?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Guys, I'll go gaga for me. I am a leader and a lady and a queen. I'm Cleopatra, such a queen never been seen. I am a pharaoh, yet they're all meant to be guys, but I don't care, oh, I just wear oh, be a disguise. My mom and dad were pharaohs, I thought my rules too. But both my older sisters thought that they should rule too. Oh dear, they both died. I wonder
This is brilliant.
who that will leave. Little me, oh Pharaoh Cleo. Okay, no time to grieve. Think that's alarming, you'd be right, but it gets worse. Married my half brother and we rule the universe. That bad romance led to an overcrowded throne, but then he died. Boo hoo, so now I rule alone. Wow, 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 wow.
Oh, Hail Lady Cleo,
Wow, wow, la, la.
coolest pharaoh by far.
Fashion took my list of vices, bathed in acids, milk and spices. Then I dressed like goddess Isis. Long black hair in ringlets, nicest. Vipers too for men entices. Sinus linen, room top prices.
I love this.
Married another brother, he's an okay geezer, but never told of my love for Julius Caesar. Had Caesar's child and hoped that he'd be crowned king. My bro said no, I said oh, and I murdered him. Cause I am Cleopatra, Egypt royalty. The ruling pharaoh, don't you dare oh mess with me. My poker face smiles only when I see a
You know,
It's hilarious.
it blows my mind that they keep talking about this glass ceiling nonsense, and meanwhile, Cleopatra, they still celebrate her. This is my logical brain is constantly getting a headache over how many times they openly contaminate their own narrative by
because they're
celebrating
original.
these ancient queens and then saying that they're breaking the ceiling. So it's like
Hey.
it's one or the other. Cake or eat it too.
Hey.
What?
You're talking to a woman who's been Republican on paper since 1972
Oh, wow. Okay.
when I was 13.
Okay, yeah.
My father was a professor of British history.
Wow.
He was
Okay.
a member, he was a fellow of the Royal Historical Society.
Yeah. When that actually meant something.
He was, and I'm not exaggerating, he was a truly brilliant man. He was the smartest person I ever met. He died a little over a year ago. He had dementia. And watching somebody you love, especially somebody who was truly a genius with dementia, is heartbreaking.
Mm.
Yeah,
And-
that definitely agree with you on
Yeah,
that
it's
thing,
just-
Kelly, because
It's
my mom,
just horrible.
my mom had literally complete cancer of
Oh
everything.
God, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm okay now, but this was 2011.
Mm.
But she literally confused me and the lady I was together with at that time
Oof.
with the celebrities
Yeah.
that also got married at the same time, and she
Yeah.
just thought we were royalties.
Yeah. Oh, God,
And
so sorry, Jim.
Wow, that's
yeah,
it's
it was
not-
heartbreaking, but it was still a sobering moment. And it's like, you have to be careful with people you care about. Yeah, there are people out there, people on the Twitter. I couldn't give a shit about you people on the Twitter. But when it's people you know, you care about them.
Well,
Mhm.
to be brutally honest, on Twitter, I pretty much just hang out with people I care about, like you, Stephen, and Roman, and people who mean something to me.
Mm.
People who have interacted with me offline. But my point was that, oh God, how do I say this? My father was a truly brilliant man, and his brain was stolen by dementia.
Mm.
And it was, my grandma took 14 years to die of cancer.
Mm.
And her highs were lower and her lows were lower. But watching my dad die of dementia, believe it or not, was worse.
I can believe it, definitely.
And to this day,
There's nothing worse than seeing someone that you have such an amazing connection to, their mind just disappearing on them.
yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, my grandmother, like I said, she took her 14 to 20 years to die of cancer. But she knew who I was the whole time.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas my father, I spent so much time at my parents' house because I never knew when he would forget who I was.
Hmm.
And the just the thought of having someone you love forget who you are just breaks your heart.
Mm.
So, not that I
Yeah.
want to whine. I'm not trying to whine here. My point was that my father was the reason I became an Anglophile, because he was, as I said, a fellow of the Royal Historical Society. He took the whole family to England and Wales in the summer of 1969. And we had friends who lived in Wales. A friend of his taught at the University of Wales at Aberystwyth right after Prince Charles, now King Charles, was invested. So I've always been an Anglophile.
That's why you and Wendy get on so well.
Always. I'm sorry?
I said that's why you and Wendy get on so well, obviously.
Well, yeah.
One of you, because and
Well, the funny thing about Wendy and I is that my grandparents had a summer house a few miles away from where Wendy grew up.
Oh, God.
So, and I'm older than she is, but we grew up near each other.
We think
And
America's a
we
big
had
country.
a lot of common history.
Huh?
So, I mean, when I was a little girl, we went to the same drive-in that Wendy probably went to. We went to the same A&W root beer stand that she probably used to.
It's
So
weird,
we have
isn't it?
so much in common because my grandparents lived near where her parents lived. So she and I, we have some common history.
Yeah.
And then obviously Stephen and I have common history because we're both from Long Island.
Mm.
And the first time I ever went to England and Wales was in 1969. And then in 1974, I went to Scotland and England and Wales because my mother's sister was married to a horrible human being who was a teacher who taught at the University of Leeds. And we had the same friends who lived in Aberystwyth, whose the father taught at the University of Wales. They picked me up, and we went to Blair Gowrie in Scotland. So, and the funny thing is, I'm not even part Welsh or part English. I'm Scottish and Irish, and German, and Hungarian, and Russian. But I've never been to Ireland, and I'm 1/4 Irish. See, that's that's one thing that a lot of people in Europe don't get, and I'm sure, Stephen, you do, is that in the New World, Canada, US, Australia, New Zealand, and South America, is that ethnicity is different from nationality.
Yeah. Oh, so
And
that's
the old world doesn't get that, and they're
No.
having trouble. Like the whole thing with Ncuti Gatwa. He's saying he's Scottish because he grew up in Scotland.
Hmm.
His ethnicity is not Scottish, but his nationality is. My nationality and Stephen's nationality is U.S. We're Americans.
yeah.
But Stephen's nationality is ethnicity is Italian. My ethnicity is Scottish and Irish and German and Hungarian and Russian, and there's a difference.
Yeah.
Very complicated.
And I'll add to that note too that I don't mean this as a statement of purity or something like that, but both of my parents are Cecino and D'Ambrosio, and their parents are Calabrese and Pazzolante.
You're 100%.
So I'm Italian multiple generations back.
PJ should definitely be on this.
So and there is a difference. When I speak to other Italian people, they talk about, being Italian, and I'm like, how Italian are you? And I start sounding like Potato Revin. And, the way he talks about Irish people, this guy, Potato Revin, that I'm going on his stream next, he talks about Irish as if, he was, living in World War II Germany, the way he talks about being Irish. And there is a difference, 'cause the Italians were an isolated group when they came to the country, and they remained isolated through the modernization of America because of the mafia families, and because the Irish weren't allowing them to be anything more than what they were. So when I hear about prejudice, I'm like, dude, go back into my legacy and try and see, we were still being called greaseballs in the 50s.
Yeah, but don't forget, as somebody who's part Irish, me, back in the 1800s, rather, 19th century, there was no Irish need apply.
Yep.
And the political cartoons depicted Irish as apes, not the black people. The Irish people were depicted as apes.
Yep. Yeah. And Italian people couldn't get jobs. Catholicism was not seen the same way as Christianity was.
Well, again,
John F. Kennedy was scrutinized because he was a Catholic. Every president since the inception of this country, my country, has been Protestant, Christian.
Yeah.
except for Biden. Thank you. And
Well, he's Irish, so it doesn't
And-
count.
And JFK.
right. And frankly, if I were Catholic, I would not want to claim Biden, but whatever.
Yeah.
Well, he
Yeah.
says he is.
Whatever.
Well, that's true. He's a cafeteria Catholic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the
that's true.
funny thing is, I'm let's see, how do I describe this? I'm 1/4 Irish. Part of that is Catholic. Part of that is Northern Ireland, which means they're actually Scottish, which means
Yeah.
we're Protestant. And then part of us are German, and my ancestors, part of my ancestors from Germany were Catholic. Part of my ancestors from Germany were Jewish. I am your basic American mutt.
You need about 5 lines to fill in nationality,
Oh my
origin,
God.
or your
And
thing.
that's why I don't understand when when people in the US are expected to fill out these forms saying what is your ethnicity. I am American.
Yeah.
I am everything. And my brother's children are not only everything my brother and I are, they're Greek and they're Jewish.
They're everything their mother is as well, yes.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and Kelly, it's an
Greek,
interesting
German, and
point
Jew-
to make that most of the nations inside of the continent of Africa weren't even a name on a map
Nope.
when most of the Africans were taken out of the continent.
Right.
So how do this is probably the reason why we don't have nationality as a thing. We have
Right.
race as a thing. It's because of these other nations that were displaced by history, not by
Which is-
imperialism, not by all of these, different totalitarian systems that were around. They were displaced by history. Just like my Italian relatives, who were partially Sicilian, were displaced by multiple wars over multiple centuries. The way the Italians were the servant staff of most of Austria during the middle of the 1800s.
Italy wasn't even a full country until 1867.
That's right. And Germany is the same way.
Same
It's
way.
like, yeah, yeah, exactly.
We used to call my grandfather the Prussian general.
Well, I mean, this is something that does surprise, I think, a lot of us on this side of the pond. Is we think of Americans as Americans because you've got a proud history. You've got your history of immigration for better, etc., etc. We think, wait a minute, if you've moved to America, if you or your ancestors have moved to America for better life, why aren't you just Americans? I mean, I've got nothing wrong with you. Obviously,
That's the problem.
Well,
Obviously-
it's
That's the
because
problem,
America
Colin.
was designed as an ambassadorial country.
Hmm.
We were designed with the intention of creating a world that would eventually wind up being global. We were the first international country.
Oh,
And
so it's
cities
your
like
fault,
New
is it?
York were the first international cities in America.
So globalism is
you'll-
all your fault. I see.
Well, it certainly was part of the original canon of the American
No,
dialogue.
Stephen, you'll appreciate this. This actually happened to me here in Florida. A couple of years ago, a woman I used to work with was born and raised in Manhattan, but she's 100% Puerto Rican descent, which means, of course, she's got Spanish, she's got Native American, whatever.
Mhm.
But the fact that she's Puerto Rican is relevant. But she's also born and raised in Manhattan.
Right.
And she was at BJ's Club, which for you UK people is a big box store, a warehouse outlet where they sell things less expensive than at normal grocery stores.
Right. Yeah. Costco is another form of that.
Right.
And Home
That was-
Depot is the
Exactly.
I
hardware
was going
store.
to say, I'm
form
glad
of
you
that.
said that because BJ means something slightly different over
Yeah,
here.
it does here too, believe me. But this happens to be called BJ's Club. Don't get me wrong. I'm not being rude.
Yeah.
But anyway, this woman brought in something one day that she found at the store. And she and I are both New Yorkers. And she brought in something which we in New York know very, very well. It's called a knish. Knish.
Hmm.
Stephen will know what that is.
Yep.
Now, one of our attorneys walked into the room while this woman her name's Olga, and I were eating our knishes. And he said, "What are you eating?" And Olga said, "This is a knish." And he said, "What's a knish?" And I said, "It is a spicy mashed potato fried." Basically, that's what it is. A fried spicy mashed potato. And they're awesome, by the way.
Yes, they are.
With mustard. It has to be spicy deli mustard.
Hmm.
And he said, "Oh, is that a Puerto Rican thing?" Because he knew Olga was Puerto Rican.
I must
And
admit,
she
Olga's
and I
not.
laughed. And we said, "No, it's a Jewish thing."
I thought it was a Jewish word, but
Right.
Olga's
right.
not necessarily a name
this
I would imagine
guy-
think was Puerto Rican. But
This guy laughed.
No problem.
This guy looked at us like we were crazy. And he said, "But wait a minute, you're not Jewish." And we said, "No, we're not, but we're from New York. So we are an honorary everything."
yeah.
Right.
I like,
And that's what it means to be from New York. You are an honorary everything. I am, what I said before, Irish, Scottish, German, Russian, Hungarian, but I'm also an honorary Italian. I'm an honorary Jew. I'm an honorary Puerto Rican. I'm an honorary everything because that's what you can get in New York City.
Right. Yeah. New York City is kind of, it kind of breaks away. It's unlike any other place in the United States.
It's London on
because, yeah, it's Paris on steroids. It's Vienna on steroids. It's Rome on steroids. It's an international city. It's got so many melting pots melting together. Even the Jewish communities have Jewish communities within them. Right?
Exactly.
You go block to block to block, and it's like you're walking through the United Nations.
I mean, I lived in a neighborhood in Manhattan. When I moved there in 1993, you could still hear German spoken on the street.
Mm.
And when I left, there was no German spoken anymore. But
German's
some
about
of
the
the
one language you
shops
don't
were
hear in
still
London.
German.
Yeah. German's probably about the one language you don't hear in London nowadays, I would imagine.
Is what?
German.
Oh, God,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, World War II must have put an end to all of that.
The Upper East Side of Manhattan, I'm not
No.
joking. You heard German spoken until well into the 90s.
Well, it's not, was not, I'm trying to remember because Pennsylvania
has a lot of Welsh
I was going to say,
and a lot of Amish who
Pennsylvania's a state, isn't
German, Swiss
Yes, it
German.
is. Pennsylvania is the state of the. There's a lot of Amish in the body of Pennsylvania, not the major cities.
Yeah, which I'm thinking because that's near. Is Pennsylvania quite close to New York State?
Yes.
Pennsylvania is borderlines on upstate New York, but it does not border New York City. New Jersey borders New York City.
Right. Yeah, I know. 'Cause I've been to New Jersey.
Oh, you have?
I went. I've been to. I went to stay with someone who I used to be in the TA with donkeys years ago, in New Jersey.
Okay.
In make it my brain's gone. It was a long time ago, and I went into New York.
Okay.
This is well, the last time I was in America was 1991. And I was down your way. I was in Florida, I think. So we went to Disneyland, but I went over to the States and was going.
I don't do Disney World anymore.
No, but I went up to. I was going to on the train. I was going to go to the Statue of Liberty, I think, but I got distracted because I came across this place called Forbidden Planet.
Yes.
Oh,
I've never got any further into New York than that. But I was
talking Forbidden Planet.
But
on the west side.
Yeah, because I'm trying to. I know that there's a lot of German. I know that when people talk about Pennsylvania Dutch, they actually mean German because it's a corruption of Deutsch.
Well, Pennsylvania Dutch are the Amish.
Yeah,
and they're actually from Switzerland, which is Schweizerdeutsch.
What? Yeah. So I remember being that because I remember that being. But having said that, I mean, I remember I did German for. I think I did German for 4 years at school. Then I did
Wow,
evening
that's more than I
classes.
did.
Then
I only did 2.
a few years later, I started trying to learn Dutch. At which point
Wow.
at which point I discovered that I wouldn't tell the Dutch this, but the Dutch is basically a dialect of German because I kept
Well,
slipping
it
into
is,
German.
yeah.
I
It's
kept
like
slipping into German because it
It's
was
like
that close.
Low German.
Yeah. But no, because I'm sure I remember saying that I say a lot of German in Pennsylvania. I think it was Pennsylvania. I was thinking of. I know there's a German influence there, which is and the Amish, etc. Dutch meaning Deutsch was what I remember
Right.
being
Well,
told.
that's what comes from.
Yeah.
My mother's
Gentlemen,
family.
Kelly, I apologize. I have to go. I need to give my headphones a bit of a charge before I go
Have
onto this
fun, Mr.
panel,
Baby.
and they're getting started in about 15 minutes. So let me
No
go.
worries.
I'll talk to you guys soon. Kelly, I can't speak for the panel itself because I'm not really I'm kind of a member here around here, but
You're on the
loved
panel.
having you on. I would
Yeah.
love to
Thank
have you
you.
on again. I'm sure Wend would love to have you on again as well.
Yeah.
So
Wendy and I have actually spoken in real time
What
over Discord.
we should have to twist. Well, no, actually, no. Hold on a second. Next week, you're in charge again, aren't you, Jim?
Jim?
Jim
Hello,
falling
Jim.
asleep again.
Jim?
well, let me
He's
go.
falling. Yeah.
Pass the word on and speak to whoever you need to. Kel, you're a fountain of information, and
Well,
I
thank
absolutely
you. I'm a
adore
librarian.
that. So
I'm a font of useless
Thanks.
information.
I
No
love
such
it. I
thing as
absolutely
useless.
love it. There's
Well, so
nothing
next-
trivial about it at all.
Well,
But
and-
let
and-
me go. I'm going to bow out. It's been a pleasure. Jim, thanks for having me on. Always a pleasure, you guys. Always. Saturday is
Absolutely.
Poor Jim.
totally glorious. So
Yeah.
I'll
See you
talk to you very soon. We're doing V for Vendetta at a place called Potato Revin. We're going to be doing
Potato
November the 5th, V for Vendetta. So I'll talk to you
Oh,
guys soon.
I
You're
don't
late.
think I can stay awake for
Oh,
that
Jim,
one.
you're back.
It's November the 6th now. So,
Right.
Well,
Well,
not
over
here,
there it
it's
is.
Still the 5th here.
Not anymore.
yeah.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
Okay. Cheers.
Cheers,
Jim.
Steve.
Thanks, Stephen.
Good to see you or meet
Jim,
you.
You're in
Ciao.
charge again next week, aren't you, Jim?
I'm in charge for a couple of episodes going forward. So
Excellent.
I don't know
Wow.
exactly which one.
Because Kelly's in the Discord.
Yes,
So
I'm the same
you can-
Discord you are.
Send her a link. if
Oh,
we wish.
dear God, more chaos going forward.
Wait, you can handle 2 American women, me and Wen?
When is enough?
I'm far too much of a gentleman to answer that question.
No, I'm a Viking. I'm not a gentleman.
Not even just American women, New York women.
And I'll say
That answers the question why I'm going. It's like I can't even handle half of when.
I'm too much of a gentleman to answer that question.
Hey, remember, Wen and I grew up near each other.
Kel.
Yes.
It's great. We can
Lynch,
just sit back and let it go.
however you want us to pronounce your abbreviation or anything.
Here's the deal.
You're not Kel Lynch on Discord.
Well, no, I'm not.
I know.
What happened was, and if anybody's listening to this, because if they know me on Twitter, what happened was I signed up for YouTube back in the late 90s
Wow.
using the name Kellinch. Kellinch is the name of the ancestral home of, oh God, how do I say this? It's Jane Austen's Persuasion.
All right.
If you've ever read Jane Austen's Persuasion, the main character is Anne Elliot. Her father is a baronet, Sir, God, not Sir William. Sorry, I've had too much wine. Anyway, her family seat is Kellinch Hall in Somerset.
wow.
Oh,
And I just love the
nice.
name. I just love the word.
if you'd
So-
gone on as Pemberley, I'd recognise that
That's
one.
Pride and Prejudice.
I was going to say Pemberley, I recognise.
Pemberley is in Derbyshire in Pride
Mm.
and Prejudice. See, I can pronounce it right. In Pride and Prejudice.
Mm.
But Kellynch Hall is in Somerset in the book Persuasion.
Mm.
And I just loved it, and it sounded like a real name.
And the good thing, is, Kellynch Hall was never overrun by zombies, unlike Pemberley.
No, correct.
Yes, I've seen Pride and Prejudice and Zombies.
I love that movie. I love
Yeah.
that movie.
Not seen Pride and Prejudice, but I've seen Pride and Prejudice and Zombies.
I love
Guys,
that movie
I'll
so much.
terminate the stream, but we'll be able to still continue chatting.
Okay.
So I'll terminate the
Sounds
stream,
cool.
but we can
Okay.
still keep chatting
Cool.
because
Yeah, it's only
we seem to have
1:35
good
for
stuff.
you all. 12:35 for you all.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I've got,
Wow.
Okay.